Good evening, everybody. And how are we going? Hey, Caleb. Hey, Somerset. And g'day, Ajax. How are you going? Alright. So, returning to BattleTech. Welcome, everybody, to the stream. I'm running an hour behind at the moment. An hour later than the latest time I said last night, but what else is new? 11 o'clock start. Well, actually 11:30, so I'm an hour and a half late. So apologies to anybody who was hoping that I'd be on earlier. Okay. So, in last night's unplanned but sudden stream for BattleTech, we actually cleaned out this planet of Randar. It's now been done, and we have an offer to jump to a new world by the name of Gei-Fu. It's a Capellan world again, and the mission offering again is for the Capellans, which I don't particularly like working for. But they're offering good money, and they're going to pay our way, which is something that is definitely something that I like at the moment. Just checking the two missions, because we've had a new one pop up here as well. It's a base destruction mission. Looking for a mercenary to company to do some work. We've lost a base to pirate forces. Every time we do something with Capellans, it always ends up going sideways. So, yeah, this should be a bit interesting. Nice early morning stream in New Mexico, USA. Ah, very nice. I figure I'd get somebody at the right time of day. As always for me, just adjusting the mic at the moment. As always for me, I just tend to be a bit of a night owl. Anyways, before we actually leave on this and accept either one, what I'm going to do, and what we mentioned we will be doing at the end of the last stream, is we have a disco back that is in need of an outfit. So that is going to be our first job before we move on and start seeing to find ourselves some missions, because then it can be fit out while we're in transit. So, the 4P variant of the Hunchback. Normally, the Hunchback carries a massive autocannon in its right torso. That's its most common configuration. The Party Back, instead, has mounts for 6 lasers in that torso. So, it's a bit of a disco light show, although you can mount PPCs and all sorts in it. Generally, though, with the armor you can pack out on this thing, medium lasers tends to be the go. But because they're torso, although we do have the snub PPC. Got the SLDF PPCs we picked up as well. Nah, we'll save those for something a little bit more special. I think. Alright, so we're going to load this out with a pretty standard config. All the lasers. Now, Hunchbacks are pretty good in melee as well. Since we're going with a fairly heavy loadout in regards to... We're going to go for a heavy laser loadout. What we should probably do is go for small lasers on the secondary weapons as well. Actually, we can go for 3 and we can mount one in the head. I don't have any equipment for the head at the moment, so that would work. Opposing torso has nothing, so we can heat sink out. Well, actually, before we do anything else, we'll load out. Go 15 armor to the rear. 20 to the center rear, and max out the legs as well. 35.6. And then we basically fill this thing to the brim with heat sinks, as many as we can jam into it. Although, looking at this, we are going to have extra tonnage. We can throw a laser in each arm. I'm thinking about those PPCs at the moment. Perfect timing in the UK as well, especially as I'm off with today. Ah, very nice. Yeah, I have a funny feeling we're going to be doing a somewhat of a semi-lockdown tomorrow here. Not a legally required one or anything, just a precautionary one. My son's a bit under at the moment, and he's showing some symptoms like he might have actually picked up a second round of COVID, which I'm hoping not, but I'm thinking tomorrow we might just stay home and keep an eye on him and let him rest up and not do much of anything, which kind of sucks. I actually had plans tomorrow. Gonna have a weight load of 10 tons at the moment. We can go 7, and we have the slots. PPC 15 by 5 on 6 tons with 2 slots. Heat 35, heat 32, heat 27 with a +2 accuracy bonus. Alright, you know what? We're going to throw 2 of the meads off and throw the single plus PPC in. That brings us up to 47. Armor is maximized, and then we just keep filling the rest of this thing's tonnage out. Alright, so 56, so we need to pull. I don't really want to pull armor, although we can, I suppose, a touch. There we go, that rounds us out. Heat efficiency is not great, and we're definitely not going to be alpha striking with this thing too many times. But 7, if I go for the snub PPC, I can fit an extra medium laser. That's a higher heat generation as well. No, we'll stick with that. We'll stick with that. It's not exactly a standard build. But yeah, we'll work with that. Hey, Grey Matter, how's it going, mate?
I'll let you know when that's done.
Yes, the Disco Back is just met its configuration. So 4 medium lasers and a PPC in the right torso, a medium laser in each arm, and a small laser in each arm. This means it can also pull off the same trick that the fire starters can. If it gets into melee with a target, it can strike them twice and pull 2 evasion pips off them. It won't have the sheer volume of lead spitting fuck you that the fire starters do, but it can at least pull 2 evasion pips as well. And that PPC might actually be useful to open up from at longer ranges when the mediums are a little bit out. Not a standard config. I might change it later, but just for the moment, I think that'll do. Oh, it's a hotbox. I'm not going to be able to fire. Well, I probably will be able to fire all the weapons on that thing, but it'll only be once, and then it'll be shut down. I'll have to pick which ones I use, but it's a party back. They're all like that. It's, you know, the standard config is 6 medium lasers in the right torso, plus a medium laser in each arm, plus small lasers, plus armor and heatsinks. Like, we haven't changed it much. We've just thrown a PPC in on top of it, just to, you know, throw things around a little bit. But they are devastating. If you let one get close and open up from optimal range, yeah, it might only get 1 or 2 cycles of its guns before, you know, the thing overheats and has to shut itself down. But in those 1 or 2 cycles, goodbye all of your chest armor. All of it. It's all gone. Most of your internals are gone too. It's all metal slag. Now I actually got to get the J model, because I want one with the LRMs, because I want to see whether or not I can build either an LRM or an SRM boat out of a Hunchback. Alright, so we're going to do Training Day, I think is the mission we'll accept. It's a skull and a half. They're offering 314 on both, but they're offering 880,000 on that one. These missions are usually annoying. The pilots are terrible. But yeah, 1.5. I'll make 680,000 plus whatever secondary bonuses that they offer me. I'll be able to pull one major part component off the battlefield of my choice, get 5 secondary components. I'm not expecting a skull and a half. I'm not expecting anything to be anything too special. But, you know, I might get something there that's useful. And because I'm dropping with a lance that's supplied to me, I don't think I have to pay a drop fee. And if I do, it's only for one mech. So we will accept that. And they also pay our transit as well, which for this distance will be probably 100,000 credits. Or 100,000 C-bills. It gets us closer to where we want to go, and we don't have to pay for it. Hello, Tal. How's it going? And it can read 5 CDs at the same time. Alright, only one jump for that one. Hopefully, by the time we arrive, everything will be ready to rock and roll.
That work order you submitted is
all right. So 9 days out of Gei-Fu. 19 days to financial report. All of our mech warriors are ready, and the Hunchback is ready to rock and roll. So let's see how she looks.
Pit, Commander.
PPC mounted underneath. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. It looks a little odd that it doesn't have a full rack. No, I didn't want... No. Put it in the... Oh, of course, it's only got slots for 6. Damn it. I can't fill up the whole side and keep the PPC. Oh, we'll roll with it as it is and we'll see how it goes. Yep, discard all unsaved changes. We'll go with that. That's just bothering me, the 2 blank slots. It would have been nice if it was 4 and they had the PPC mounted in underneath. That would look nice, but we'll roll with that and see how it goes. So just having a quick look at its stats. 840 armor total. So she still doesn't top out the Shadowhawk's current config at 920. It's actually a little bit behind the Wolverine as well. But that should be fine. In terms of firepower, it should be off the charts. So that will still work. Now, since we're 19 days out and we're about to make a load of money, how about we get and work on a little bit more on these mech bays? Repair and refit. Improved automation. 2,000 tech points allows repair in Bay 3, in Mech Bay 3 to repair at 100% efficiency. It's only 127,000. Yeah.
Commander. I'll get the crew moving.
Damn right, we'll grab that one. I will take that. Although I do need to work on my medical a little bit here. Mech Tech points, currently 7,700. Medical points, 6. I think I might have been prioritizing something there. just a little. Hey, Spirit Fox, your chat bot didn't alert. It didn't. Is the Discord bot now not reporting at all? The Discord bot did not put any kind of stream alert in whatsoever. Alright, I will fix that up now for everybody who's on Discord who's missed this. Sorry, guys. I hate this bot. I hate this bot. Before it was reporting before a stream was even live. Now it's just not reporting at all. Anyways, the warning. While in Gei-Fu, you get a message from the commander of another mercenary company passing through. After some formalities, the message gets straight to the point. My boys tell me you have Archangel on your crew. As one commander to another, I need to tell you Archangel is not a good hire. To be blunt, he's a thief and a backstabber, and only common decency had me leave him on a station instead of booting him through an airlock when I finally fired his ass. Be careful with your crew, and keep in mind that a mech warrior with a bad reputation can bring down the reputation of a whole outfit. Delete the message. I have no interest in other people's drama. Piss off. If he causes me any problems, I'll throw him out an airlock. And we have arrived. Yep, Discord bot is on strike. God, the thing is annoys the crap out of me. Yeah, we'll drop straight into this contract. We'll proceed. Alright, so let's see what we've been given. Pilot skills, 3 gunnery, 2 pilot, 2 guts, 1 tactics. In a commando. You know what, that's, by the standards of these missions, that's not terrible. Second is an urban mech. 3 gunnery, 2 pilot, 1 guts, 2 tactics. Yeah, that's okay. You know, for, yes, 3rd urban mech, 1 gunnery. Okay, here we go. 2 piloting, 1 guts, 3 tactics. Yeah, okay, he's a bit ponce. These two, in terms of crap pilots that you tend to get on these kind of missions, I've had worse. I've had worse. Alright, Shadowhawk. Do we want to go with the Shadowhawk, or do we actually want to chest out the party back? What? Ah, no, it's Badlands. Yeah, all things considered, probably best to stay with the Shadowhawk on this one. Yeah, we'll stay with the Shadowhawk on this one, just for the extra armor, because we're probably going to have to tank for these 3 dickheads. Alright, so Claymore going in first on the first mission, and he can step out on the second mission that we choose to do, whatever that will be, since we haven't actually had a look and see what the other options are yet. Now you get to scream light 'em up every time you fire. This is true. Your Hunchback looks like Arnie holding the 4-barreled rocket launcher. Well, that's Hunchbacks in general. You haven't built Mech Bay 3 yet? No, I haven't built Mech Bay 3 yet, but I do get the 3,000 or the 1,000 bonus tech points, which will interface with 1 and 2 and increase the repair and the modification times, or shorten them, rather. So we get the points regardless, and then when Mech Bay 3 is built, we automatically get the full repair options on it. So for 127,000, it's an easy buy, and it's one that I'm going to get anyway. George. Oh, morning, everybody. Imagine my surprise. Car won't start, sitting in my garage waiting for the service truck, and my favourite YouTuber is on. At least something is going right today. Well, it's my pleasure to distract you. I hope nothing's too bad with the car. Hopefully it's just something flat battery and nothing too severe. Depending on where you are in the world, that's actually pretty common at the moment. If you're down this end and it's winter, if your batteries are going to die, they're more likely to die in winter than any other time. They don't like the cold all that much. If you're up north in the summer, I have no idea. G'day, Joanne. Tell, 2 Urbies are great. Yeah, that's pretty standard for these missions. It's usually a dice roll to see whether or not they even hit. Well, that seems louder than normal. Oh, gosh, I'm really excited about this. I hope we see some fighting. I'm not sure. We didn't do very well at the practice range. That's good to know. Just because you almost blew up the observation bunker. Alright, anyway, Commander, I'm seeing a single pirate lance here. Well, hello there. Correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, but that looks an awful lot like a griffin, doesn't it? That one just there looks an awful lot like a griffin. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we recovered 3 parts of a griffin in last night's stream, did we not? And this mission allows me to take 1 part of my choice, regardless of what it is, with me. This could be a little upgrade today. This makes me very happy. 3 sacrificial lambs that don't actually cost me anything if they die. Oh, hang on. All friendly mechs must survive. Oh, god damn it. I gotta keep these idiots alive too. That's alright. It's a good thing we brought the Shadowhawk.
Moving to position.
Order acknowledged.
Time for Darius and his line. EXO, I'm tracking an inbound blip coming in fast and low. Like they're making a drop-off. Yeah, big surprise here. We're working for the Cappies and shit's about to go sideways. Yeah.
Standing by.
It's so predictable now that it's odd if things don't go wrong.
I'm going.
Finally, I've caught one of your streams. Currently grinding jets in War Thunder. I'm yet to catch a certain Aussie in the sky. Yeah, I haven't actually been flying all that much in the last week, which just sucks because I'm still trying to get that F-14. Just haven't been playing a whole lot of anything, to be perfectly honest. I do need to get back onto the grind. I've nearly got the
Standing by.
The Corsair 2E unlocked. That's about where I'm up to at the moment.
Aye,
These
aye.
Urbies are so slow. This is their biggest problem. But there will probably be a War Thunder video tomorrow as well, I do believe. I have a couple of recordings floating around, one live and one not, of the Hayabusa. Playing around with a couple of low-tier Japanese machines. And one that I can't work out why its battle rating is so goddamn low. Cappies always go sideways. Yes, they always do. As I said, it's predictable now. Well, we don't need to pull this Griffin apart in any way that's particular. I'm pretty sure we have 3 parts sitting after the last stream. So all we have to do is core it, kill it, move on, and I'll pick up the final piece as we move out, and that's all we need. Alright, got eyes on a new lance in the AO. Looks like Lyran markings. What the fuck is Steiner doing here? Do you want to engage the new targets, Commander? If not, Samaya, make the pickup. What the hell are these guys doing down this end of the world? We're not even in their neighborhood. What's a good Griffin build? Off the top of my head,
I live to serve.
I don't really know, to be honest. Mainly because I generally don't use Griffins. When I'm playing vanilla, they're pretty low on my priority listings for recovery, and usually they get sold off. I've got other mechs that I prefer. I'd generally be chasing Hunchbacks instead. I'd rather a lower weight. But considering that I'm just looking for tonnage and chassis in general at the moment, I'll take a look at the Griffin and see exactly what we've got and what we can do with it. I'll probably set it up as fire support. It should have enough spots to whack a good LRM-15, maybe an LRM-20 in it.
Confirmed.
Get you up on the ridgeline.
Confirmed. Firing. Take that.
I think the base Griff is pretty good.
Commander?
It's just not a mech that I would normally prioritize.
Here we go.
Because it is more of a support mech, but at this point, in the way BEX plays, I'm that hungry for tonnage. Even a support mech with the right configuration. Good shot.
That hit something good.
You know, I'll take it. Beggars cannot be choosers. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that was not
Lost the
nice.
weapon.
You don't say.
All weapons committed.
Alright, pilot bailed out. That's the Griffin dealt with. Now we've just got to kill the pirate Irby, and then we have a couple of ads that we have to deal with as well. And there will be a bonus for that. And because we're taking a fairly high amount of money on this one, if it's a 20 to 25% contract bonus, this will actually make us a lot of money. So it's definitely going to be worth killing them. Right. So, how are you looking at the moment? Arms gone. Most of your right torso armor is gone. Yeah. Definitely don't want to get you too involved. Although, against an urban mech, as long as we keep it range, it's only going to have one working gun, and I'm not expecting a masterclass of firing out of it, especially once we start rattling the shit out of it. Although, closing like that is not good. Miss. Hits with the medium. Hits with the small laser. Okay, fine. That's cool.
Ready for orders. Position confirmed. Confirmed.
Miss.
I'm
This is
receiving
where
you.
these pilots are going to prove to be absolute failures,
Alright.
but
Roger that.
miss.
Target confirmed. I missed.
Remembering correctly, you can pop a 15 in the shoulder and another 10 on the chest. Yeah, that'll work. I don't have a long-range fire support, so the Griffin will probably be the good build for that one. Because the other mech I was looking for was the
More into
Trebuchet,
the breach, dear friend.
and that's exactly what I was looking to do with that
Yes,
as well.
Acknowledged.
Pardon me.
Firing on target.
Gonna go after it again. Yep. Engaging the commando again. Alright, so we have a target fixated Irby
by.
here.
On it.
I'm here.
We just fire from there.
Targeting for an alpha strike.
Misses with
Negative
every
damage.
autocannon
Repeat.
shot.
Negative damage.
Back it up a popped fine there. That'll work for an optimal.
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
Surprised the pilot didn't bail out then, actually. Joanne, I hope you get some more times for games, especially grinding my first jets, either Japan or the US. US is a better option to grind into jets. God damn it, something in my throat, pardon me. Really should mute the mic for that. The T-Fighters
Orders.
look fantastic in the Japanese line. I actually don't have them yet. I am trying to pick them up myself because I do find them really interesting. But the general rule is the US has a wider selection of jets. So if you're going to be picking up jets, aim the US tree.
Engage.
There's more there. It will take longer to get through them all, but you're going to have a wider variety to play with.
All primary targets have been destroyed.
Yeah, we could pull out now. We're not going to, but we could. Now, where's Steiner?
Heading out.
Moving out.
We don't have them on sensors at all.
Location confirmed.
There we go, 3 contacts. Just heading for Davian Space as Fedcom. Yeah, at the moment, heading down the border, down between Capellan Space and Davian Space. Heading down to St. Ives, because it's roughly in the timeline we're about at the point the St. Ives Rebellion should occur. And I'm hoping we're going to get a couple of flashpoints pop up around there that will be in about our weight class. Because I couldn't do any of the Fedcom, not Fedcom, the Fourth Succession War flashpoints that popped up, because they were all, 3, 4, 5 skull, and I just didn't have the tonnage to be able to do them, which kind of sucked. So I'm hoping I'll be able to pick some up in the St. Ives Rebellion, because that could be a lot of fun. What do you get when you drop 11 urban mechs? 11 herbs and spices. Tal, I need to see your dad card. I need to see your dad card. You're going to have to provide evidence for that joke.
Standing by.
That's bad. That's bad. Alright, let's back this commando back off. I'm not looking to get him shot again. He won't be able to take too many hits. I'd rather the Urbies take a hit at this point, to be perfectly honest. So we're going to keep them in the trees.
Ready for orders.
Flapjacks, we will jump you.
Aye, aye.
Get you up into the trees as well. And just brace. Alright, first one. First player is a fire starter. And I'm reckoning that's probably a Rigididge standard config, so that'll have 2 flamers, so... I'm not going to be really anywhere we can shoot from that isn't going to have... It's only a 22% chance. I will roll it.
Acknowledged. That's a miss.
Alright, Claymore wide. Alright, and we've got full bonuses here at the moment, so we might as well use them. And just drill the center of this fire starter.
Engaging target.
Right torso destroyed, right arm destroyed.
Enemy mech. Critical damage
Cool.
detected.
Not sure that you could run to the LZ with the 2 Urbies anyway. Oh, we could. Just jumping them and running the Shadowhawk behind as fire support and cover.
Ready for orders.
But their bonus options on this mission are potentially too high for that to really be something we want to be trying to do anyway. So we get 2, and a Stinger as well. Alright, so they're not really packing anything too interesting here. so we want to do a left face. Yeah, we want to do a left face. Sorry, I just had a moment there where I got to remember that the the paper doll that you see is actually mirrored. So take the hits to the left side rather than the right. Unload into the fire starter, SRM6 and medium laser. That's going to be the goal, and let's see what the... And it's a wasp. Alright, so that's it. Nothing too serious in the weight out of the Steiner Lance. I'm disappointed.
Receiving you.
This is not a Steiner Scout Lance. There is nowhere I can really get these Urbies to. It's not going to be at least partially blocked, so we'll try that. Left leg destroyed. That's alright, that worked.
Target's taken a critical hit.
Waiting for orders. Lifting off.
And let's see if we can hit the other leg on the ground. No. Missed the cold
Attack
shot on the
failed.
leg. Ah, that's alright. Claymore won't.
Enemy mech destroyed.
There goes most of their firepower. Joanne, I thought as much. I'm halfway through the Thunderjet already, just trying to save up on credits. Thunderjet's not terrible. At least it wasn't.
Waiting for orders.
It wasn't as bad as people made it out the last time I flew it. I actually haven't flown it in a while though, so knowing how Gaijin shuffles stuff around, that may have changed. But I actually didn't find it to be all that bad a mech. Bad a plane. Mechs on the brain. The last time that I actually brought it out. We'll go for a melee. Grass in the way. Actually, shit, I shouldn't have done that with the commando. That was a mistake.
Light damage. Holding firm.
That's alright. I think that's worked out regardless.
Ready for orders.
For these guys, at this range, we want to melee them because the
Locked on for
Urbies
physical
have
attack.
a secondary weapon, so same deal as the fire starters, just without any of the damage. They can strip off all of the ability
I'm receiving you.
for these mechs to evade. Pontoon, actually, yeah. Honestly, with you, we'll
Move
just do a
order
move.
received. Affirmative. Reporting critical hit.
And White's on the ground.
All weapons committed. Enemy mech critical damage detected.
Wasp going for the rear shots on the Urbamech. Okay, that's alright. He's not focusing on the commando, which is good.
That could have been worse.
It could. You got plenty of armor. It's fine.
I'm ready. On my way.
Alright. And that.
Confirmed.
That's the end of that one. And now we've just got to deal
Target
with the
eliminated. Receiving you.
deal with the Wasp. Which honestly
Standing by.
we will melee
Coordinates
to
received.
strip off the evasion pip.
Standing by.
I was expecting a lot more than this.
Roger.
really. But
Roger.
ooh.
Target in.
And the rookie finally gets in with the good shot, and that was clean, straight through the center torso. Which, considering the size of that mech, also means straight through the pilot's chest with an AC-10. All targets eliminated, sit tight, and I can collect you. Okay.
Mission successful.
Alright, so that was a pretty good start to the stream. Lyrans might not be aggressive yet. Yeah, definitely not scouting. Yeah, I'm not sure what they were doing there other than supplying me with bonus. So 25% bonus for taking out the Lyran forces. 825,000 credits for that mission. Everybody survived. I don't have to pay repairs. They didn't even scratch the paint on the Shadowhawk. The only mech that took damage was the Commando, and that's not mine, so that's somebody else's problem. And we actually got the whole Griffin. 1, 2, 3. We actually took the whole Griffin. It's alright, I only need one part. I only need one. Everything else is a bonus. So, we got one part of the Firestarter. We got the part of the Griffin we selected. One part of the Stinger, of which we had 3 in storage. So it looks like we might have a Stinger to build as well. We might have a Wasp to build as well. Might have actually pulled a couple of mechs out of that one. That might be over 1 million once sales are done. Might be the Steiner Diplomatic Corps. Alright, so we have the 1N Griffin. Use their jump jets to stay in range and pelt their opponents from a safe distance. 1Ns can run hot if they spend their time bouncing around the battlefield taking pot shots though. Yep, we'll build the 1N. We'll get that one ready because we're going to have to start a configuration on it. We got the Wasp. So, we're going to build the 1A model because it's worth more. And then we're just going to sell it. We got the Stinger. We are going to build the 3G variant because it's worth slightly more. And we're going to sell that too. 3.2 million. We made 1 million credits on that mission. That 1 million credits, and we just completed another mech. So that was absolutely worth our time. And yeah, there's our 55-ton Griffin. She'll be assembled. She won't have any parts on board, but we'll once she's put together and ready to rock and roll, we can start bolting bits onto her and see what we're going to do. And I reckon your fire support is probably going to be the go for that one. So we just got a 55-ton fire support mech. Our tonnage just went up. Have no dad card? Yeah, you can't make jokes like that then, Tal. It's the Steiner kindergarten squad. Well, you know, I could understand it if it was 4 commandos, that the pilots might have gotten confused with their weight classes. That might make sense, but just flew within a hair's inch of a B-17 and a Lancaster. Gotta love these newer team matches. Yeah, the random spawns at the start too, they don't seem to have an allowance for a minimum range to spawn off other players. I have had that a couple of times when they do air spawns at the start as well, where you're nearly rubbing props with the aircraft next to you, and there's this panic moment where you've got to try and pull the plane away. They really need to, Gaijin really needs to put in a basic spawn mechanic rule that says there must be X amount of distance between each aircraft that spawns in within the allocated spawn zone for air spawns, so people don't run into one another. I mean, it's bad enough. And it happens all the way to jet tier, and I can't work out how this happens, but somehow people manage to fuck up taking off. In War Thunder RB on mouse aim, I can't work out how you can get all the way to a jet and still manage to fuck up takeoffs, but they do it. They don't need to try and air spawn damn near in airshow formation distances. That's too much for them. Getting off the ground on a runway that has no collisions is proving difficult enough for about half the player base. Rainmaker, damn, I'm an hour late. That's alright, I was an hour and a half late on starting too, so we're both running behind. How you doing, mate? Like I've said, Tell, you have a spare, you could borrow them. Oh, don't do that. We'll never hear the end of the dad jokes. So it'll be 4 days and we've got the Griffin ready. 5 days until Claymore's ready to go, and the next financial report is 10 days out. And I couldn't give a toss about the next financial report. At 3.2 million, we have... This is close to the biggest buffer we've ever had. And we're doing well. We basically have no mechs up for repair. So, New World, let's see what our contracts are. Alright, so the Davian missions are obviously, or the Federated Suns missions are obviously the primaries. So, Holovid Propaganda, it's a Dawn Dusk mission. As part of the propaganda effort, we've been operating a secret Holovid broadcasting facility on Gei-Fu. The clearest sign that our efforts are working is that Capellan agents have spent months searching for the facility. Unfortunately, they've succeeded in launching an assault on what we believe to be an undefended installation. While our personnel prepare for evacuation and destroy all the files and documents, we need a team of mercenaries to hold off Capellan forces. In the jungle, the base defense, 2 skulls. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Fire for effect, target acquisition mission. Okay. Lowlands, 2 skull. There's a Capellan base in this region. We have the equipment to level it, however our recon capability has been diminished. We would like you to take a team and attack the installation. Place beacons for our artillery to target and exfiltrate while our guns destroy the base. That sounds like a mission based on the mechanics from one of the final missions in the campaign. That might be interesting to do. Hot landing, standard battle in the lowlands, 2 skulls. Satellite surveillance pictures show a heavy lance inserted into the planet's surface by pirate dropship, so it's against pirates. Currently, we believe that this landing secured LZ, preparing for whatever operation they have planned. Before they finish securing the area, we'd like you to interrupt them. They're heavily armed, so expect strong resistance. Okay. Cornered Revenge, solo duel. We have a battle mech causing us trouble in Gei-Fu who refuses to... Oh, it's Killbox again. It's Killbox again. They're back. We don't know what their problem is with you, but we'll pay you to get them out of here. So the X has finally managed to track us down again. Okay. What's the tonnage? 65 tons. It's a 65-ton mission with the X. Oh, we need to think about this one. We're about 10 tons short on our heaviest mech. And the last time we did a 35-ton duel against Killbox, as you'll recall, they brought a Mauler. So that means it's likely the X is going to bring an Atlas. We probably need to consider that one fairly carefully. Yes, the X is back. Alright. Penitent Justice, Heavy Rain. A long-time enemy of Lao has unexpectedly turned herself into the local authorities, will now be extradited to another system for trial. However, the Pirates does not want to see her testify. We'll try and stop her from leaving the planet. We've secured a convoy of... Oh, it's a convoy escort. Yep, nope. Not doing that one. 2.5 skull. Logistical breakdown. Ambush convoy. Not a chance in hell. Not doing any convoy missions. No, get stuffed. I don't care how much... 617,000. 2.5 skull convoy mission. No. I hate those missions at the best of times. You're not paying enough for me to suffer through that. No, I've got other options here. We have other options. Defend base could be interesting. Fire for effect. That... I'm curious about that one. We'll start off with a standard battle, though. I think the 2 skulls, Pirate Lance... Although, 2 skulls, Pirate Lance... No, we're going to have to run without my main for once. Can't always rely on having Claymore floating around, so we'll negotiate on that one. So we are running 2 skulls. 402,000, yeah, 2.8. That's not a bad option to pull off the battlefield. Let's get Claymore out of the cockpit. We'll get the Shadowhawk in, and I think it's time we bring the party back out as well. So we'll bring the Wolverine. We'll go the party back. And we'll bring the Lead Spitter for the combination. Now, as for pilots, Phantom can take Lead Spitter, because he can be our recon pilot. Cerberus would generally be my Wolverine pilot, but I think we're going to upgrade her into the slot for the Shadowhawk. We'll get Archangel in the party back, mainly because he's got heat dump, which may be useful. And considering... No, let's put Cerberus in the Wolverine, and we're going to put Apex in. His piloting skills suck heavy levels of arse, but in a Shadowhawk that's not going to matter too much. But he's got 8 gunnery and he's got breaching shot. So we may be able to put that to use. Alright, that looks like a decent team. We'll go with that. We'll go with that? Yes, we'll go with that.
Warriors, prepare for combat.
Warhammer wasn't? Actually, you're right, it wasn't a Mauler, it was a Warhammer. But yeah, that was not pleasant. That was all sorts of not pleasant. Running around a corner in a fire starter and just I don't have enough guns to get through your armor. Like, this is just not going to happen. That's the thing about X's, they never go away. Yeah, tell me about it. I have a kid with my ex. Yeah, tell me about it. Fire for effect is 730 salvage. Yeah, it does make me wonder, and it's offering a fairly decent level of cash too. But yeah, that's one I'd definitely go full on salvage for, and just hope we can mop enough off the battlefield
Command
for it.
interface
The
initiated.
730 is the kind of mission where you'll run out of salvage to actually fill the slots. This is where the satellite picture showed the hostile lance to be touching down. Move up, make contact. Let's see what we're dealing with. Expect serious resistance. Alright, so at the very least, we do appear to have some water.
It is a sea of green out there.
It does. We do appear to have some water floating around, although none of it in the area where we're actually going to be fighting, which is unfortunate, because it would be good to put the party back in the water to increase the cooling and then just, you know, go nuts. Let's go Phantom first.
Acknowledge, Commander.
Alright, so we have 2, and 1's in a vehicle. We have vehicles here, so this lance is not all max.
Roger that.
Copy. I'm walking here.
No IDs as of yet. We'll ID the mech next turn.
Confirmed.
And nothing down here near this facility. So I'll just keep this a short move. Three-point evasion. No ID on the vehicle, although we're likely to get one as it moves. Sensor lock. It's Griffin. Second mech coming in. Yeah, it's just a cliff face over there.
Standing by.
Alright,
Affirmative.
Apex can have first crack at the Griffin in the trees. Now. Actually got pretty good accuracy across the board with this, but we might actually go for breaching shots straight off the bat. Pop the rest of these off. There's 56, 56, 66. So we'll pop all the other weapons off and just fire with the 86% chance on the AC5+.
Roger that.
And it's a miss. That's unfortunate.
Missed.
Deal with the X already, get it over and done with. I don't have anything in the tonnage class it's asking for. It's asking for a 65-ton mech. And I don't have a 65-ton mech to actually complete that, to drop into that mission. I'd have to go 55
Moving
tons
to position.
and under ton by 10. And I don't want to do that at the start. I might give it a shot at the end of the planet, but I don't want to do it at the start of the planet, because if it goes sideways, I'm playing an Iron Man. There's no reloading the save when we find out that the X has showed up in an Atlas 2, or some, somehow managed to steal a Timberwolf or a bloody Direwolf out of the ClanTech lineup, even though it's too early. Something like that. Until we don't get a reroll on what that's going to be. Injury avoided. So if we have a mech taken apart because it's something incredibly heavy right at the start, we then have to deal with the repairs, and we're a mech down for the rest of the missions. So it's not worth it, at least not initially. Alright, so the only thing the party back's going to be able to strike out with is the PPC, but we'll reach out and see what we can touch.
Engaging target.
Happy Wombat, does this mode include maulers? Yep, the mod does include the mauler. I'm pretty sure I've seen it on the list. I think there's a couple of variants on the mauler. There's... Oh no. Oh, shit. Well, it could have been worse. It could have been an SRM carrier.
Hey.
Orders?
Yeah, we're probably going to have to deal with that first. Oh, that's not I'm not liking any of those positions. That's going to open the back up.
I'm ready. What? No.
Yeah.
Advancing.
Put the Wolverine out and
I'm
expose,
picking up
just
a
for
new
a start.
sensor trace. Looks like enemy reinforcements.
That autocannon shot going off all the way over here is annoying. And we've got 2 mechs off our left. X shows up in a Lost Tech King Crab. Yeah, exactly. This is something that could happen. I'm fully expecting this to be the kind of thing that will occur. So yeah, I would rather. I'd rather that be at the end of the planet. So if things go sideways and we have to bail a pilot out, we can just accept the damage on the mech, and we don't. The mech can be repaired while we're in transit.
Reporting vehicle destroyed.
Rather than actually losing a 55-ton mech at the start of a campaign. A new planetary campaign.
I await your command.
Alright, let's get the party back into range.
Moving to position.
Oh, this is tempting. Did you sacrifice the armor for a PPC in the Hunchy? No, its armor is absolutely maxed out. We sacrificed 2 additional medium lasers and a heat sink, which is why this is going to get really hot really quickly.
Got it, Commander.
And that was far less effective than I was hoping, actually. That was kind of sad. Well, I imagine it probably doesn't have much forward armor left. The PPC will have to be cycled out on the next set of firing. Alright, lead spitter. We can't... What's the vehicle? Alright, we don't want it to get into the rear. God, there's 4 more coming in from this side.
Right,
that will keep us under cover from the vehicle. Engine shielding crit, upper arm actuator destroyed, and that was through the front. So yeah, all its front armor is gone after that party back shot. That was just the MGs ripping through the holes that were left.
I'm okay for now.
We seem to be missing a target, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, we're going to have to deal with him now. That's right. Next turn we'll deal with him. We seem to be missing a mech. Or we're missing a unit. We've destroyed 1 vehicle. And it's a Phoenix Hawk, because of course it's a Phoenix Hawk. 25%, which means the first lance does contain 4 vehicles. But we've got 4 units down here, so it looks like we're facing 2 full lances, in which case we have... Although that could be a 3, but it looks like we're missing a vehicle, because we've got the Griffin, and we've got this. We've got the LRM carrier we destroyed. That's only 3. Unless the Urban Mech is the 4th. And yeah, this is just a group of 3.
Orders?
But I have a feeling that somebody's not on sensors yet.
You got it. Locking on with all weapon systems.
Hey Finley, sorry I'm late. Mags, MBN box felt like it was being too nice and decided to play up. Ah, no mate. Show up
Awaiting
when you show
orders.
up, it's all cool. There's no time schedules here, that's why there's a VOD. You can always come and check it out a bit later. But
Moving
hope the
to
net's sorted
position.
out for you, or I can feel your pain with the MBN messing up. Let's... AC5 out.
Taking the top.
Come on, Apex. Most of that thing's central.
Target's taking a critical hit.
Not a big enough critical hit. Alright, we're gonna have to back the Wolverine off now.
Oh, no. No, 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 no. Right here.
I'll actually get her down here. I don't want to get the party back too far out.
Moving to position.
Cool. Vehicle's dealt with. That's 50. That's half the lance gone.
He never should have left garage. Waiting for orders.
Alright, keep forward armor through. We know that's an Urban Mech, so that's fine. PPC out. Yeah, we only get one more shot out of this. Hopefully one of these lands and actually criticals the center, although the PPC might be the better option since the hit rate's so much higher. Come on, do me proud.
May I interest you in some melting armor?
Apparently not, since it survived.
Confirmed.
Alright, we'll sprint. Fire starter and up and around the side. I want to get it around and light up the rest of this. So that's a lot of mechs that are coming in. Good to hear you, Mags. Love your cold waters content. Having a bit of trouble getting started on U-boat, though. Have you thought about a tutorial?
Yes, Commander.
Not really. I have been thinking about doing a U-boat campaign. Just haven't actually started it up yet. The only reason I sort of haven't done a full playthrough of U-boat at this point is largely because every single time I've gone to start a U-boat campaign, they've released a new patch. And the patches, because it was in early access, tended to continually break the save games. Which was frustrating, to say the least.
That.
Come on, seriously? Okay, there we go. He's bailed out. Alright, that's okay.
Ready for orders.
So yeah, that was a little frustrating. But I think they're past most of that now. I think. Alright, yeah, so the urban mech here is the 4th unit, because 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's our 4 there. So the final missing vehicle that we had was down here off sensors. Alright, so for this turn, I'm actually just going to move the Hunchback through to here, break line of sight, and shut it back for a turn so it's fully cooled off. Joanne, thank you very much for the £5. A small token of my appreciation for all the years of wonderful content. Cheers, Mags. Well, thank you very much. You didn't have to, but thank you.
Yes, Commander.
Our main thing about LRMs is stability damage. Yeah, this is why I don't use small LRMs or use a lot of LRMs earlier on in the game until I've got a dedicated platform for them that I can stack LRMs on. Because it's not so much the damage, although the damage from LRMs is great. But what you want is a lot of them. You don't want to hit them with an LRM-5. An LRM-5 does bugger all. You want to hit them with multiple LRM-10s and LRM-15 launches simultaneously and rain hell on top of them until the pilot is so shell-shocked inside of his cockpit he falls over. That's what you want to build the mech to do. And if it happens to peel every ounce of armor off the mech as well, beautiful, even better. So I don't build fire support mechs until I've got a chassis that is actually designed for that kind of a build. And when I do, I lean into that. As many LRMs as we can. So I think that's what we'll be doing with the Griffin. That'll be the Griffin's primary role. We'll just lean into as many LRMs as we can possibly fit in. And then everything else will just be a support weapon on the off chance that it has to use it. But for the most part, we'll be trying to keep it back and have it rain hell. And what we'll be doing is we'll possibly... The fire starters are starting to get to the point where they're still fantastic. They're becoming less useful than something a little bit more dedicated. We might have to unbox the Raven or potentially do a refit on the Assassin as our recon to run as a spotter for the because we're going to end up look at the configuration now. The fire starters are designed to work in pairs, but we've only got a single now, so we're going to have to work out because our scout mechs are going to go down to 1 and we're going to be picking up more tonnage. Potentially we could drop them all together and go for a 4 lance of heavies, but then if we encounter too many lights we'll run into issues with evasion. So yeah, I'll have to have a little bit of a think about what we're going to do there. Haven't seen many since this playthrough. For a mass-produced trooper mech, they seem to be a rare sight. Well, the thing is, it depends on where you are. This is a bit different to vanilla BattleTech. Vanilla BattleTech, because you're playing in one little section of the periphery,
Damn, let's do
everything
this.
kind of shows up in around about the same area. One of the other things this mod does is it changes the locations where you'll commonly encounter mechs. So, as a general rule, unless a particular faction heavily uses a particular mech chassis, it will be relatively rare. There's a reason why there's a lot of things like riflemen's. We haven't seen a lot of riflemen's show up. We haven't really seen Jenners in this campaign. But if I jump across and go over to Merrick's side, there'll be Jenners all over the goddamn place. They'll be everywhere. It's mainly Locus over here, because we're playing around in Lau and Davian's side. If we got up to, if we were playing around in the Assault Ton range, we would tend to find more Awesomes and we'd find more Highlanders in the area that we're in, but Atlases would be relatively rare. We would need to head up in towards Steiner, Lyrian territories, and would find more of the Atlas. It's not to say that you won't run into them every now and again. It's just that they will be more rare in some areas and then significantly more common in others. And so if you want to find a particular mech chassis, the best thing to do is actually start doing missions in the area where they're most heavily utilized.
Yep.
That's why we've picked up a Raven at the moment. We're in Capellan territory. We're ripping apart on the border of Capellan and Davian territory. This is why we've got a Raven. If we were playing, in Merrick space on the Merrick-Steiner border, we would never see a Raven. All right. We only get 3 to there. All right, let's do a jump. This is going to open us up to all sorts of attacks, but I'm going to take the risk. Actually, no, it's only an urban mech. I'm not taking the risk for an urban mech. Screw that. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do for an Urby. I'm not going to do a big deep dive in and go for a charge for an urban mech.
I'm on him.
Peel the armor off one side, wander around, kick its teeth in, and then we're going to have to deal with that Phoenix Hawk. Something down there has a PPC. Hoping you find a Bushwhacker. Well, we won't be finding one of those yet. It's only 3029. The Bushwhacker doesn't start showing up until mid-clan invasion, I believe, or just prior to clan invasion. Somewhere in there. I can't remember the exact starting year, but they didn't show up on the battlefield until the clans were a thing. Phoenix Hawk with the ninja kick.
Indicator shows minimal
Again.
damage.
With mech.
Oh boy, heavy hit there.
Ooh.
We are
Okay,
all
that's
gonna
not good.
die.
Aye, aye.
Alright, this second lance is hitting really hard. Alright, we have the 4G Hunchback.
On the move.
Yeah, alright, we're going to pop the urban mech just because I want it gone. And I'm just going to hit it with everything and hope some of it lands.
Targeting for an alpha strike.
AC-10 ammo explosion, okay, that works.
Scored a critical hit.
Now I don't need to worry about the urban mech anymore, it's an
I'm
irritation.
here.
Alright, now, Hunchback, we'll ignore the urban mech. About there.
On my way.
And I'm actually going to let you have a precision strike. Delete Phoenix Hawk, please.
Confirmed.
That was
Just in. Critical
less
hit.
than I was hoping. Again,
Standing by.
I'm actually disappointed with this build. We might need to, I might need to pull the PPC
I'm
and
there.
just go for more medium lasers. Yeah, we've lost all the front armor and we're down to internals at the moment.
Copy.
Injury
That
avoided.
looked like a critical hit.
The MK Young Show. Off to work today for America Day.
losing
It's
armor
truly cool to
band.
catch one of these live. You're having a good one? Yeah, it's been a good one so far. Recovered the Griffin in the
Confirm.
first round. This is proving a little bit more complex just because some of the mechs involved, but nothing we cannot handle. Let's get this lead spitter out of the tree line and into the side of the Phoenix Hawk.
Firing. Reporting. Critical hit.
Although I thought 4th of July was over now. Thought you should be on the 5th now. Get that Raven working. Yeah, the Raven is definitely an option for the spotter. Although the Raven, I'm more considering
shot
it for
went
a later
internal.
on as a later option. There's a couple of pieces of tech that I actually want to bolt into the Raven that I'm not sure will be available yet, and if they are, I probably can't afford them. A narc beacon being one of them.
Damage minimal. Commander? Copy that. Confirmed.
There we go. Cool. Alright.
Enemy down.
Phoenix Hawk
Yes,
eliminated.
Commander.
Let's do...
Orders.
You need to cool off, so let's do a melee attack with the Hunchback against the Urban to spend some time cooling off. That should be sufficient to
Affirmative.
actually kill the Urban and get it out of play.
Engaging.
Engine destroyed. Okay, Urban out of play.
Come on, people, let's make it happen.
Reporting enemy battle mech down.
Alright, looking at that, the Phoenix Hawk was actually the missing mech. The Urban was apparently the scout for the second Lance,
Standing
which is
by.
interesting. Alright, so that leaves 2. What do we got? No ID tags. But we do have a Hunchback that is definitely going to be dealt with. Now. Yeah, we want to hide left. Hide left, present right on the Wolverine, because it's the left torso that's actually basically been gutted in terms of armor. And if that Hunchback gets a direct hit on that torso, the Wolverine's in a lot of trouble.
Okay, firing everything.
These pirates actually have a surprising amount of tonnage on the ground here, especially for a 2-skull.
Yep.
Now, I'd love to flank, but I don't want to give the back of the fire starter to these two. I'll take my 4 evasion pips
I got
and
you.
my cover bonus from jumping into the forest in order to unload on the side of this Hunchback.
All
It's the
weapons.
wrong
Go.
side, but I haven't got a clean position to move to on that side. And it gets me to light these up, so it's a Vindicator. Okay, that explains the LRM-5.
Armor holding.
Light damage. Holding firm.
It's 2 Vindicators. Alright, so that's the PPCs are nasty but less concerning. Good mechs, but I'm less worried about them than the Hunchback.
Awaiting orders.
Alright, Shadowhawk around to block against
Move
the
order
Wolverine.
confirmed.
And I'm going to take the precision strike here, and we're going to go for that right torso and see whether or not I can critical that gun. Come on, show me that 8 points of gunnery skill you've got, Apex. Or don't. Fine, whatever. You do you. Now, Spirit Fox, he's mostly working for Davian to boot, so Centurions won't be fighting against him. Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, so it just, that's the big thing. It comes down to, for the most part, into where you're actually, you know, who you're fighting for, who you're fighting against, and where you're fighting. Which I think is actually a cool feature of the mod as well. That it's not just random mechs regardless of where you go. You'll see a complete shift in what designs you'll come across if you move into different space.
Affirmative.
If we can't find anything interesting at St. Ives, I'm actually going to cross over and go into
Critical
Merrick
hit,
space, and we
Commander.
should suddenly find ourselves with an entirely new collection of
orders.
mechs. Alright, so I'm just going to straight shirt front.
On my way.
He's Hunchback with my Hunchback. Not even going to worry about the evasion. Let's pull the PPC out. And again, the leg's taken a few serious hits here, but we're going to focus on that right torso with a precision strike and all the lasers.
Locked and loaded. Here it comes.
Well, we
Reporting
crit a
critical hit.
weapon, just not the weapon I was hoping to crit. But the armor reading on that Hunchback is looking pretty sad at this point. I don't think it's got a lot left, and most of it's going to be on the rear.
Internal structure damage. Orders.
Alright, so now, since we've got tree line cover, we can jump the fire starter right over here next to the Hunchback. Get on its right-hand side,
Copy
4
that.
evasion pips and tree line cover again. And with that right torso having no armor left,
Here we go.
goodbye,
Critical
AC-20.
hit.
Actually, I don't think that destroyed it. I think that only
Yes,
critted it.
Commander.
But that's, I'll take it. That's a good enough start.
Moving out.
Shadowhawk in, and
Target confirmed.
AC-20 destroyed. There we go. Okay.
Reporting critical hit.
Standing by. Got it, Commander.
Probably should have gone up the other side, but we're probably going to have to strip a few lasers out of this one.
Roger that.
Another pilot injured.
Solid connection on that one.
Not enough to kill the pilot, though. Shame. That's right. Shoot the Phoenix Hawk. It's actually got all the armor, and hasn't taken too many hits,
Standing
so
by.
that's perfectly fine.
If you say so. Targeting for an alpha strike.
All right.
Enemy
Pilot
mech
destroyed.
destroyed.
Mechs reduced to shrapnel, but that's fine. Alright, time to get the lead spitter moving again, because that was a
Armor
direct
breach.
PPC
Internal
hit.
damage.
We don't want too many of those. Yep, sprint.
Moving to full throttle.
Shoot just over there. I just need to watch the Hunchback's
Taking
leg
heavy
here at the
hits,
moment.
Commander.
Narc will be available from 30:35. Yeah, I didn't think it'd be available
Standing
yet.
by.
I think there might be a SLDF version that can pop up, but I wouldn't like to know what it's worth and how much they'll charge me for it.
Confirmed.
Yeah, it sounded like Saturday night in Fallujah here for the past 6 days. Yeah, I admit, I'd like to see the US 4th of July celebration. Like, you fairly seem to lean into it, and I can respect it. Plus, I love the fact that you guys actually get to play with explosives legally for that kind of stuff. I think Texas would be the place to experience it the most.
Affirmative.
Although that could be a bit of a stereotypical thing on this end. Might be, yeah, a little bit of stereotyping on my behalf. Yeah, damn it, Narc, not Mark. It's alright, some said. I knew what you meant. Yeah, double Vindies. Yeah, the tonnage we're
Yes,
getting
Commander.
a little while ago, this would have been really bad. Double Vindies now, yeah, not so bad. Like, the PPCs are not gentle, but actually, yeah, we want to present. Yeah, that's a bad option. Yeah, the PPCs are not ideal to be facing, but
On
it
my
could be
way.
worse.
Copy that. Firing out strike.
The 1X down here is going to be the one we're probably
ready.
going to focus on the most. So we actually want to present more left
Roger
of the
that.
Hunchback. And it is actually going to be fine if we add another laser to the firing. Okay, cool. We're not going to put the PPC on because that'll just cause it to overheat instantly, but we can dance the damage here a little.
Taking the shot.
Yeah, that should
No
be
retreat.
most of the Vindy's central armor gone.
Yep.
Now. Phantom to the tree
Lifting
line.
off. Here we go.
Not quite close enough for the MGs yet. Kansas goes pretty hard too when it comes to boomy stuff. Yeah, it seems like the for all of the stereotypes about them, the southern states tend to be the ones that go hardest. Or at least that's what it seems like from this end of the world. That said, I do really want to tour a whole bunch of the US at some point. Like, not your cities. I'll be honest. Outside of a couple of them, I'm not too interested in seeing most of the cities in the US. I'm more interested
Engaging
in seeing
target.
some of the countryside. You know, get up along the northern,
Take
the border with
that.
Canada, the Rockies, Mississippi, Midwest. I'd like to see a tornado for real, not just on TV. Preferably from a very safe distance, but I would still like to see one.
Commander.
You just drive through the South. You know, I used to have a bit of a car thing back in the day when I drove a lot more because not my eyes. So I've still kind of got a bit of a goal to actually drive Route 66 at some point. Although I think that's almost a bit of a touristy thing now. Now we're going to overheat, so we'll cycle that one medium back down for this.
Engaging target.
Yeah, most of its armor's gone, so the next
Inflicted
round we're
heavy
going to
damage.
rip straight through the side of that thing.
Right here. Moving to position. targeting. For now, strike.
Yeah, as I've said before, I'm really not much of a city person,
Critical
so
hit.
the idea of seeing monstrous US cities that have nearly the population of my country inside of them doesn't really interest me all that much outside of a couple, and just more, and they would be more of a just visit for a day to say that I've been there type thing.
Orders.
But I'd like to actually tour around and see the rest of the country. You know, the actual US. You know, some of the heritage sites. I mean, again, your country was founded before mine was discovered. Or, actually, that's not entirely true. The Dutch showed in the area first. But, your country was founded before the colony ships hit mine, so... everything you've got is older. And that's one of my interest areas. That's why part of the reason why I want to do Europe as well. Is, there are people that live in houses
Reporting
in
heavy
Europe
damage.
that the foundations for their house were laid before my country was on a map. And it's a residential house. It's not a historic building or a monument or anything. It's just a house.
Yes, Commander.
Like, that blows my mind.
On the move. Scored a critical hit.
Now we're just bullying this Vindy here. It's just a matter of working out the best way to pull it apart piece by piece, and
Waiting for orders.
it's just about over. Gonna have some minor repairs out of this one, but the payday should be pretty good.
Rolling.
Not using the cooling vents. I actually forgot that I had them. Oops. Probably should have done that sooner. Or... if we keep the PPC out, coolant vents on...
Target confirmed.
Yeah, I selected that pilot specifically for that ability and then completely forgot the ability
Target's
was
taking a
there because
critical
I
hit.
never use it. Oops.
Yes, Commander.
Thank you for the reminder.
I'm there.
Curry Curry, hello there. Yes, g'day. Long time no see. Like, what, 18 hours? 19 hours?
Copy that. Firing out strike.
And LRM explosion. Ooh.
Critical hit, Commander.
I'm surprised the pilot didn't bail on that one. I would have expected the pilot to bail out. Call it quits.
Engaging jump jets.
Alright, Phantom, your turn.
I'm on them.
Oh, left leg destroyed. Gyro
Reporting.
crit.
Critical hit.
And you fall down now. Pilot injured. No ejection.
Awaiting orders.
I'm surprised.
Copy that. Target's taken a critical hit.
Standing by. On my way.
Let's just kill it. Be done with it. There we go.
I got him.
Mission complete.
Mission successful.
Oh, alright. That one required a little bit more concentration. That second lance was a little bit heavier than I was thinking it would be, but that worked out. Alright, now I can actually concentrate on chat and catch up with everything rather than just glancing at when I can. Yes, there was an SLDF NARC, but those will be rarer than Rocking Horse shit. Even took the clans a few years to start producing them. Yeah, I was pretty sure they float around because I have seen them. But you're right, they are ridiculously rare and they've got... I don't have enough money to buy one of those. They're more expensive than the mechs you bolt them into in most cases. Truthfully, I'm with you there. Cities are just, well, best left unsaid. Some of the smaller towns are very homely. If you want to go the long road, go for the Lincoln Highway. Yeah, well, that's what I would be interested in doing in the States. So I don't like going to my own cities. Like Melbourne Melbourne's my nearest capital, and Melbourne is ranked amongst one of the most livable and beautiful cities in the world. And I go down there, and the place smells like piss and exhaust smoke. I can't stand it. I go down there when I have to, and it's usually for no longer than a night to a weekend. Sometimes me and the missus will go down there for a holiday weekend to go to a hotel room and do what's been done away from the kids. Sometimes we go down there because that's where all the good pet shops and reptile stores are, and all the breeders are. And my wife has a business that deals with reptiles, so we go down that for that. And also Melbourne is where you go for you got your zoos and your aquariums and all that kind of stuff. But if we're not doing something like that, I don't voluntarily go to Melbourne for any other reason. Unless there is something there that I absolutely need, and in most cases, outside of an outing for an event that usually lasts no longer than 1 or 2 days, I'm down there to the place where I want to go to get whatever I want to get. I get the thing, I put it in the cart, and I'm gone. And I'm in and out of that town as quickly as I possibly can be. I cannot stand the place. And that's one of the most livable cities in the world. I can't imagine what it's like driving through something like Los Angeles, what the place would smell like. And it really is the smell. I can't stand the stench of a city. They reek, every single one of them. It doesn't matter what city it is. If you don't think your city reeks, it's because you've become that accustomed to it, you don't smell it anymore. I can't stand the places. I don't want to be anywhere near them. That's why I live in a nice rural town that's quiet. There's some shortcomings in regards to it, but there's no noise. The room I'm in at the moment isn't soundproofed. You can't hear street noise outside because there is none. There's none. It's yeah. So, and that's the kind of America that I would actually want to see. Go to the rural towns, go to the cities. Go not the cities, like the small towns, the larger towns, or the really rural cities as a pass through. If I needed to pick up supplies, and visit just some of the interesting areas of the countryside. I've seen photos. You just have some beautiful terrain over there that's not in the tourist trappy area. And that's the other thing too. I hate tourist traps. The few times I've actually done a little bit of touring, I purposely try and not go to the places that are recommended because they're the places that all the tourists go. And I have no interest in going to the places that have been done up for tourism. I want to go to the places where the locals go and see how the locals live. I don't want to see the what's the term? The showed up version, the marketed sell to the public version of the place. Unless there's a specific event I would want to go to. Like one of the cities in the US I want to go to is Reno. Why? Well, there happens to be a really big air show that happens there every now and again where there's all sorts of air racing and stuff. That's on my list. But I want to go there because there's an event. Vegas is on my list for 1 day, just to say that I've been to Vegas. New York is on my list for 1 day, just to say that I've been to New York. I have no interest in the city otherwise. I want to go there, stand in Times Square, take a photo, I've been to the place, and then leave. Alright, let's check out what our salvage is, and then I'll get back to chat. Alright, so 60, 80, 80, 80. Oh, sorry, 80, 80, 80, 80. I read that wrong. Shadowhawk came out of it fine. Wolverine had its chest caved open and got some damage on the SRM-4. That was a direct hit from the AC-20 in the Hunchback. Hunchback, it didn't perform as well as I would have liked. We might yank that PPC out, actually, and play around with some more heat sinks. But otherwise, it took a big hit to the leg. I'm pretty sure that might have been a shot from the AC-20 as well, because it had armor on the leg, and then it suddenly didn't have armor on the leg anymore. And the Firestarter Firestarter took a PPC and a lot of missiles, but did a fantastic job. So, pretty happy with that overall. Alright, salvage options. Griffin. We recovered a complete Griffin again. That was a complete Griffin recovery. 1 part on the Hunchback. We have 2 parts of a Phoenix Hawk put aside. And we have 2 parts on the Vindicator. I'm grabbing 2 parts of the Griffin. just because that's half a Griffin. We'll play for a random roll on the third part, and we'll also play for a random roll on one of the 2 Vindicator components. We've already got 3 in the hangar. If we pick up one, although we're going to need... Oh, I probably wouldn't use the Vindy, though. It would be a cell mech. Yeah, because I'm trying to push above 55 ton. I'm trying to push into the 60 ton range now. Yeah, and we're going to need at least, yeah, the chances of us getting the 1 Griffin component. And we don't really need more than 1 Griffin. Yeah, no. We'll guarantee ourselves the Vindicator component just for the cell. It's worth less, but we'll be able to turn that into cash instantly, and we'll random roll for everything else. Alright, so, good thing we did do it, because we got no other parts of any other mech. Okay, so, we've picked ourselves up a Vindicator. We got an LRM-20 double plus, 25% crit bonus, and -4 heat. That's interesting, considering we're about to put together a LRM mech. Be interesting to see if that fits. Large laser, the LRM-5, and we picked up some AC-20 ammo and a stack of jump jets. All right. I ain't a city person, I'm like you. Besides, the people are far fairer out in the country. I advise you not to stay in New York City for too long. Just go to Albany, the state capital, if you want New York City. Now, as I said, it'll be a one-day trip into Manhattan, stand in Times Square, take a photo. Might go by Louis Rossman's business if it's still operating there at the time. You know, that I'm up there, although I think he's moving down to Florida now. But I watched some of his stuff, and I like his stance on right to repair. So I'd go by there if it was an option. Probably have lunch, and then I'd be out. I'd leave. That would be it. During the day, in, out, gone, done. LA is hard to describe that smell, but I agree with you fully. I live in a smaller city myself, largely because of it, and I'm moving further into the country literally this month. Yeah, I think that's a smart move. Get out with the air's fresh, and you've got a little bit of space to move. You know, you can actually stretch your legs, go for a walk. The crime's lower, or if there is any, if you're in the right area. So building a Vindy 1R, and we're just going to sell it straight away, so 389. Even though it's a 45-ton mech, we won't end up using it. If you're stuck in a city and you can't move out, and you don't, like, you haven't actually been outside of the city you live in all that often, if ever, there are some people that have never left a city before in their entire lives. I'm not sure if that describes any of you guys, but honestly, if it does, try and organize, even if it's just a day trip or an overnighter, and leave the city. Pick a part of the country. Look at the map and pick a small rural town that's in the middle of nowhere that has a quiet little, hotel, preferably one that's got some kind of restaurant attached to it as well, and just get out of the city. Somewhere that's near some kind of national park or some kind of national space would be good. And away from a tourist trap. And just go there, even if it's just for a day, and take a look around. You'll see pretty quickly what I mean, and it'll only take a day for your nose to clear out, and when you come back into the city, you'll suddenly realize what you've been smelling the entire time you're there, that you've just never noticed because you've been so accustomed to it. High density groups of people, not good. Tourist sites reeks of Nurgle's taint. It's not so much that. It's just tourist sites. How do I describe this? A few years back, when I was working in advertising, is the one time I actually left Australia, and I went to Vanuatu. And this is where I came up with the conclusion to not go to the tourist sites, because half the places I went, first time out of the country, first time touring another country, was to go to some of the touristy areas. That was the very first thing I did. I had 7 days in the country, and the first 3 days I went to touristy areas. and they all showed. Well, they were exactly what you would expect. They were a very well crafted presentation of what the country thought the tourists wanted to see. And yeah, it was all pleasant enough. It was all fine. And then for the rest of the trip, I made friends with the barman at the resort that I was staying at, and the barman said, "Look, seriously, go to this place. It's where locals go." And I went to a local pub that the locals went to and got pissed with the locals, and it was a much better time. And then the locals started taking me places. So we just had a car from one of the locals show up in front of the resort, jumped into the car with him, and we bolted off into the mountains to some fucking place. I couldn't even tell you where the hell it was. Scariest. Vanuatu has no road rules, I should point out, and they also don't have what you would describe as sealed roads. And this guy was driving this little, I don't even know what it was. It was that beaten up, like a friggin' rally car up the side of a mountain with no safety rails and no seatbelts and nothing else. It was, but we got to this spot and it was beautiful. It was this beautiful example of the country, and there wasn't a tourist anywhere in sight. I was it. I was the only one there, and the locals took me to that spot, and I basically sat back and shit-faced with them. Sitting back, looking out, and you look out from this peak section that was near the top of this mountain that we went up to the top of, while they were all getting drunk for the night, and you look out and you can see half the island chain and all the waters in between, and it was just, this is the spot that the locals go to, and they don't let the tourists come up here unless you make friends with them, and then you get to see this. None of the other tourists are seeing this. And it was so much nicer, and it was very just peaceful and nice, and yeah. The locals always keep the best spots for themselves, so don't go where the tourists go. Go where the locals go. Dallas is a hell pit. Houston is a hell pit that always stinks of petrochemical production. I don't regret escaping Texas. I just want to go to Texas because there are some areas of it that seems cool. Whole cowboy country and all that kind of thing. Although, again, stereotypes. Although, I also want to head down to that end of the world because, I'm kind of into space. And there's a little bit through Texas, and then also into Florida as well that is all NASA related. That there's some spots in there that I kind of want to go to. And that's the kind of thing I'd make exceptions for when going to a city. If I'm outside of going to a couple of famous cities just for the sake of going to them for a day, like there's nothing in New York that I want to see outside of stand in Times Square, maybe take a look at big corroded statue that looks over harbour. It's about it, and it's just do it for the sake of doing it because it's a famous thing to do, and it's a very touristy thing to do. I've done it. It's a ticket off the bucket list. It's done. I'd be actually interested in going to places like Houston and the rest because of the attachments to the space program and a few other things. There's actually some interest there that I'd like to go to. Actually, one of the main reasons for going for Vegas as well, other than just to drive down the strip and say that I've been down the Vegas Strip, is actually to trundle up a little bit further, and there's a little bit of an air base that's a little bit further up that I wouldn't mind having a look at that kind of suits my interests. And then there's a test and training range that's a little bit further out, and I have been told that if you know the right spots to go to, and if you talk to the right locals, they know the right spots to go to, you can find a really good spot to sit with a camera and get photos of some really interesting aircraft being run through their paces. So take a picnic, sit on the side of a hill, and watch some interesting stuff happen. That would be something that I would do. Reno is okay, but you're right. Hot August nights and the air races happen around the same time. I'm from Australia. I'm not concerned about the heat. Bring the heat on. It's the only time I visit. The races are still my favourite. Yeah. I'm not scared of the heat at all. I've seen the temperatures it gets to over the years. Frankly, I'm more concerned about your cold. Weird thing about Vegas is that out of the 20 people out 24/7 trying to give you business cards for naughty houses. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's Vegas. Southern hospitality is something you must sample. Don't let the news fool you. As with anybody, it's best not to generalize, but there's some truly charming folks down there. Yeah, well, cruising through the South is exactly on my list of places that I want to go. Some of the more interesting places are down there. But the entire US in general, in the rural areas, is pretty interesting. But yeah, the South is on my list, on the shorter part of my list on where I want to be passing through. Yes, I grew up working on a farm too. Pretty much don't have an interest in living in cities. Yep. Well, I did both. I was an Air Force brat in cities, came back to the country, lived on a farm, grew up on the farm on the country from 9 onwards, lived rural, moved it back into a city, spent 5 years living in the city, moved back to the country, and have come to the conclusion. I spent, prior to moving out and to the city for 5 years, all I wanted to do was move to the city. I finally got to the city, spent 5 years there, couldn't wait to move back. Absolutely true. In the South, they appreciate all kinds of guests, especially the idea of an Aussie on a road trip. They'd love it. Well, that would be the way to do it too. Like the idea, if I had the budget for it, my goal for a tour of the States would be to land somewhere West Coast. It'd probably be LAX because that's the big in point for it. Either hire or buy a car and then just drive it. Just pick a direction and go and drive it. That would be the way I'd like to do it. I'm not sure how my eyes would hold up to that. Any more than about 2 to 3 hours worth of driving really pulls me up. But that would be the way that I would like to do it if it was possible. Well, we'll have to see what the future holds in regards to my eyes and how much I've got left with that. I think it's funny to revisit places you've been as a child and see them with eyes as an adult. Usually it ends with the thought, I can't remember that it was so shitty way back when. I lived in so many places when I was younger as an Air Force brat that I can only really remember the last one. Like, I know the cities that I've lived in. I've lived in almost every major city in the east coast of Australia, and a couple through the south, including Adelaide. But I can't remember anything about any of them except the last one, which was when I was based, my father was based at Point Cook, where the Air Force Museum is now. And I remember that, and I have been back down there, and it's pretty much exactly what I remember it to be, which wasn't bad. Like, it's an Air Force base, and funnily enough, when I lived in Melbourne, I lived in Werribee. I lived in the good side of Werribee, the new estate area that was kind of nice, which is actually not far from where the government housing estate that we were assigned while my father was in the Air Force assigned to Point Cook was. In fact, it's only about 20 minutes drive away from where I was as a kid. And it was exactly what I remembered, down to the pizza shop on the corner still being there 20 years later. Nothing changed. I have good news and bad news. Good, I catch the stream. Bag, the king crab print fucked itself up just after 6 hours. Ouch! Damn it, Space Viking. Oh, well, you'll have to... you know what that means, Space Viking? The print failed. That means there's clearly something wrong with the machine, in which case you really need to start a new test print. Because this is... if it's failing this, it could fail on a major production job. You must make sure it prints properly. So, you're just going to have to do that king crab again. That's just... chopped up. You got to make sure the machine's right for the work. For those who are not understanding what we're talking about, Space Viking works with a large industrial and very expensive 3D printer. And they needed to do a calibration run on it. So he was going to print himself a 30 centimeter tall king crab model as the calibration run for the printer for free. And I was very envious. And I still think he should go back and recalibrate on that machine. Because, you know, if it messes up on the king crab, it could mess up on something else. And that would be unacceptable. I should probably actually get some stuff working here. We have some repairs to do. So it's going to be a couple of days downtime anyway with all of our mechs. Shouldn't be anything too serious. We'll check the refit. It looks like... yeah, the SRM4 was repairable. It was only a crit. It wasn't destroyed. Okay, that's fine. So 2,300 C-bills and 1 day to fix up the Wolverine.
Right. I'll get it in the schedule.
Nothing got internal on the fire starter, so it'll just be a repair. 300 C-bills and 1 day. And 7,500 C-bills in 1 day to fix up the Hunchback. That's dirt cheap. We're rolling in it. We're nearly up to 4 million. What have we got? The upgrade's 11 days out. Financial reports in 10. Oh, we are kicking along really well here. Helium, isn't this a strategy game? Yes, this absolutely is a strategy game. We're just trying to catch up on the chats here in between the battles. That last one was a bit intense, so
you submitted is complete.
a little bit of a chill down before we get on to the next bit and answer through some questions. You should try Huntsville, Alabama. There's a manned spaceflight center. Yeah, that sounds right up my alley, actually. Don't forget there is a NASA center in Alabama. Yep.
Whenever you
are. Clear Lake City in Texas has Johnson Space Center. That's worthwhile. The USS Texas is fairly close to. Yeah, that I would like to see. I would like to see the USS Texas. There's only a handful of, well, there's nothing on that size down here in Australia that you can actually go to see. We've got a couple of museum ships, but nothing on that size. That's also part of the reason why any trip, either going to or most likely coming back from the States, would have to drop by Hawaii, because that's where Mighty Mo is, and there's some runways and some other memorials there I'd like to see as well. They are on the touristy side, but you can't really avoid that. 426,000, that brings us back to 3.5 after expenses, so we are ticking along really well. Morale is steady. I'm going to leave as is. I'm a truck driver, been all over the United States for 9 years. Yeah, I'm sort of envious truck driving jobs. I've heard the pay is good, and if that is something you can do, it's, I reckon it'd be pretty nice work. It's not something I could ever do now. I did actually consider trying to get a truck license when I was much younger, but now with my eyes, yeah, no. Putting me in a semi would be a bad idea. The same rules apply when visiting Australia. I'd love to feel that Aussie heat. Thankfully or unfortunately, I'm not bothered by the spiders or the snakes. The spiders and the snakes are overrated. We do play up the stereotypes ourselves. Yes, we do have some of the most dangerous stuff in the world. The universal rule is quite simple. Don't poke it with a stick and it won't poke you back. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, again, do the touristy stuff in the cities and then get out and have a look at the rest of the country. The only extra rule we've really got up here is once you sort of cross the northern Queensland border, don't swim in the rivers. Just don't. Actually, when you're in northern New South Wales, don't swim in the rivers. That's really it. There's usually signs up everywhere that tell tourists, don't swim in the rivers. And then they swim in the rivers, and then they get eaten. Don't swim in the rivers. Follow the signs. It's pretty straightforward. If you feel the need to go for a swim, there are beaches that are clearly marked out that have spotters that make sure that there's nothing nasty in there that it's going to eat you. And there's great swimming pools. Like every single part of the country has them. They're everywhere. But yeah, just why it might be tempting to just jump into that river, don't. Because it's not just crocodiles that we've got in those rivers. We have bull sharks that have been found 10, 15 k's inland. They swim up the rivers as well. Don't get in the rivers. That's really the only rule you've got to follow. I'm a great wanderer when I'm abroad, as is the missus. I love finding less usually places. Yeah, I love to get out more. I really would. Me dying at anything over 35 degrees C, max, pathetic. Hey, no, 30, well, actually, yeah, 35 is comfortable weather. That's shorts, t-shirt, me go for a walk weather. It's only a little pathetic. 35 is getting pretty warm. The last couple of years have had to been rough for you. Fill your brother. Got a mate who 3D prints, and yeah, it sucks when it fails hours in. I'd also love to test using industrial 3D printers. Wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all? A friend of mine printed a 3-foot-long Sulaco from Alien. Oh, wow. I've resisted the temptation to ask how many fails there were. Doesn't matter. If you have a 3-foot-long model of the Sulaco, it doesn't matter how many fails there were, so long as the model was completed. That's it. And again, jealous. Good morning from America. Good morning, Cal. Hello there, what did I miss? Honestly, at this point, it has been running well. We've recovered a Griffin. We have had some pretty good missions. We're loaded up on the cash. Things are going well in this planet. For a Capellan world, we're actually getting a lot of decent missions here. Not all with the Capellans. We might be working to overthrow the place a little bit, to be perfectly honest. Alright, so, base defense mission, fire for effect, target acquisition. This one... I'm gonna have to try this, just because I'm honestly curious. I think this is based on the mechanics out of one of the final missions for the campaign, but I've never done one of these before in BEX. So, there is a Capellan base in the region. We have the equipment to level it, however our recon capability has been diminished. We would like you to send a team and attack the installation, place beacons for our artillery to target, and exfiltrate while our guns destroy the base. Commander, there's nothing glamorous about sighting targets for the big guns, but the fireworks can be exciting. Just make sure you clear of the blast radius before those shells land. This seems like a mission where we're going to want a lot of mobility. Seems like a mission we're going to want a lot of mobility. $730. We can leave it in dead center and still take 416 salvage and take 200. 730 seems excessive. Like, I don't know whether or not we would actually manage to pull that much. Yeah, I don't know whether or not there would be that much salvage to actually pull. 523. Yeah, I think we'll just leave it in the middle. 293, 416. That gives us a 100,000 credit buffer on our drop. We have nearly 200,000 credits in cash. And we're still pulling 416. 4 choices, 4 parts of our choice, and then 16 random picks. Actually, nah, fuck it. Let's do that. We'll do 523 and see if we can clear it all up. We still cover our drop expenditures. We don't need to worry about money so much at the moment. We'll do that one. All right, mobility. For this one, I'm going to drop the Hunchback, and we're going to drop Archangel out, and we want Beach Ball, and we want the second fire starter. We're still going to run the Shadowhawk and the Wolverine. Looks like Griffin's ready. We just haven't got her set up yet. Actually, the Griffin would be really good for this mission, but I won't have time to fit it. Apex can drop out. We'll put Claymore back in. Leave Cerberus in slot. Yeah, so the fire starters are essentially going to be, you know, they're both scout mechs with scout pilots. Lots of piloting skills. 6 piloting of... Actually, before we do this. Barracks. Mech warriors. We've probably got some points to spend.
Aye,
aye.
Apex only got 80.
Yes, Commander.
Which
Awaiting
means you're
orders.
not earning points off the simulators.
Commander?
350 on Archangel.
Waiting for orders.
Beach Ball. 2-5, and we'll take the gunnery points. Nice. Alright, so 6 piloting, 5 gunnery.
Mech
Confirm.
warrior training complete.
Yes, Commander.
Cerberus. Take us 7 points.
Training confirmed, Commander.
Claymore, I almost want to reconfigure now. Yeah, no, we want to go for 6 tactics on Claymore for the cold shot bonus.
Training complete.
Waiting for orders.
Yeah, we take the recoil penalty.
Mech Warrior training complete.
Yep.
Get you up to 5 gunnery as well. Actually, we can take the... Yeah, there we go. 5s across the board with 6 in piloting. That works out nicely. We will
Training
take
confirmed,
that.
Commander.
Commander.
And Tango is all simulator pilot at the moment, so nothing... Yeah, all these points are from the simulator. We haven't used Tango at all yet, but we can get up to about 5 across the board, just letting her learn in the simulator.
Training complete.
Okay, so that improves the pilots a touch. Now we'll go back and set this mission up again. Fire for effect. Negotiate. Let's go 523, 171. Same loadout. Apex comes out. Claymore goes in. Cerberus, Archangel comes out, and the Hunchback comes out. Bring the other fire starter and drop Beach Ball in. So now we have 6 piloting on both of our scout pilots, which means they can get the higher evasion bonuses, and we'll have higher accuracy on both of our support mechs, because these are essentially supports for this. Would be nice to actually switch the Wolverine out for the Griffin for this mission, so we can keep the range on and have the LRMs, but I should have set that one up, but we didn't. So, that's alright, we'll go with that. Don't forget the USS North Carolina and NC, also the Virginia and Mobile. Alabama has a good number of museum ships. And New York has an aircraft carrier there, the USS Intrepid. Yeah, that would be one of my visiting spots for New York as well. Get on the Intrepid. I believe they've got a Blackbird and they've got an F-14 up on deck, so I'd like to see them in person. Also, I guess driving a truck while having a family kind of sucks. Yeah, that would be a thing too. Like, that's one of the big things about this. I would probably already have done this trip. But if I'm doing this trip, I'm not going alone. I've got to bring the kids and the wife, which means we need to be able to afford to move a family of 4 on a trip like this, which is beyond my capability money-wise at the moment. But it would be the thing that I would want to do, because I wouldn't want to go. My boys love space too. We sit back and we watch the SpaceX launches whenever they're advertised, whenever they're the boys are awake at a time where they're happening live. Although we do watch the reruns of them as well if they're asleep and they miss out. I wouldn't want to go to the Space Museum and not take the boys. I just wouldn't want to. My wife has developed, for somebody who's really not into military hardware or anything else, does have a surprising interest in aircraft that she's developed. I wouldn't want to go to any of the air shows without taking her along. And the boys as well, because they love their planes. That just makes things more difficult.
Interface initiated.
Celebrinbin, I quit seeing any of your videos for the last few years and thought you quit until I got back into BattleTech, and here you are streaming that very game. Yeah, I've been streaming BattleTech for a while, mainly on Twitch. I've only recently switched it back over to YouTube, and yeah, it's again, this is not the first time I've gotten a message like that. A lot of people thought I quit years ago, and they jump onto my channel and realize, oh, he's been uploading weekly, at least weekly or multiple videos a week for basically the whole time that I thought his channel was gone. Yeah, I don't know what the hell YouTube's done, but the algorithm no longer likes my channel anymore, so nobody sees it even if they're subscribed. Alright, so you need to place beacons to designate the attack position. It will take some time to do, so keep the unit placing the beacon nearby. Enemy units can disrupt the targeting of beacons. They will deploy forces with the intent to disrupt our beacons. Do not let the enemies get near them. I won't lie, our window of opportunity for this strike is small and time is limited. You will likely have to split your lance in order to place all the beacons in time. Artillery is not discriminate about what it destroys. Make sure to clear the area once the firing starts. Once the fire mission is complete, get out of there and extract at our established LZ.
Man, it is a sea of green out there.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. This could go sideways so badly.
There. Okay. I'm there.
I'm there.
I paid him $500 for it and don't regret a cent of it. Ah, is this the Sulaco model? Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't either. That's a mount that up on a nice stand, you know, and a nice prominent place.
Copy. Coordinates
In
received.
fact, I know exactly where I'd put a model like
I
that
got
here.
you.
It's exactly where I'm thinking about putting the BattleTech models that I want to make. I have no idea. Usually it's 3 Lancers up to 4. Won't do much if there are 8 to 10 vehicles shooting at you. How's everyone doing? I'm not familiar with Mags' regulars. Everybody here is pretty good, Joanne. So just, yeah, say hi. Everybody here is very chill.
Advancing, I guess. Rolling.
Alright, so the primary
Commander.
mechs for laying down these beacons are going to be the 2 fire starters. Get them in, get the beacons down, get them moving on to the next target.
Waiting for orders.
So, you got a vehicle coming in. Jump in for the 5
And
evasion. Attention, all Capellan forces, focus fire on the mechs placing beacons for the artillery strikes, fire at will and bring them down. And that's why I've got these ones doing it. Let's at least ID the vehicle. What do we got?
Sensors locked on.
Skipper.
Alright, Phantom. Keep your sprint on. Head for the second beacon. Alright, Claymore and Cerberus. Honestly, we will just get them up to run fire support for the first fire starter for Beach Ball. Yeah, just brace for the moment, really. There's nothing really to shoot at. We will sprint the Wolverine further up because he's lagging behind. Cerberus needs higher piloting skill. Alright, here comes our first mech. Alright, commanders, our window of opportunity for this strike is closing. At least half of our time has expired. You'll need to move quickly if you're to accomplish this. Yeah, we're working on it. Jesus.
Standing by.
Alright, first one's already done. Alright, so what we're going to do... Beach Ball. Beach Ball
Full
can
speed,
sprint around and
no
place
target.
the rear target, keeping the fire starter moving fast. And we'll push the rest down.
Yup.
Phantom's fast enough that he can actually hit the next zone in one move. Oh, I love dedicated scout pilots. Actually, just thinking about it, we probably should have got rid of the Shadowhawk and switched over to the Assassin.
Engaging target.
Although I suppose these two, the Wolverine and the Shadowhawks, their sole job will be just to make sure we've got everybody's attention on us.
Okay, let's go.
Actually, more than anything else, my biggest concern at the moment is going to be getting the Shadowhawk and the Wolverine clear of the base once the beacons are placed. The Firestarters will be out of here. Bravo beacon's done. Beach Ball goes next. Alright, so she can sprint straight through, but I might actually use her... She gets out of the trees. She can go for 6 evasion. Oh. It's the evac's over there. I've got a funny feeling all the artillery is landing on this building, so we don't want to be anywhere sort of inside of the triangle that's being formed by the beacons.
Engaging target.
So we want to get up to the left-hand side and head north. That's going to be our evac for the heavier mechs. But yes, I'm thinking we need some fast-moving, heavily armed, not necessarily scout mechs, just highly mobile, a couple of highly mobile strikers in our lineup. We don't really have one at the moment. Outside of a potentially reconfigured assassin.
I'm here. Affirmative.
They're all going after Beach Ball at the moment.
Copy that. Firing Alpha Strike.
Alright, we have one vehicle that we've got to concern ourselves with over here.
Engaging jump jets.
What tonnage is it? AC2.
Roger. Target confirmed.
What are your orders, Skipper?
Alright, Phantom. I'm just going to disengage completely and try and get him to round the back to see if we can get him to help flank.
All right, let's move.
For Beach Ball. And yeah, I think I'm going to disengage with the Claymore as well now.
Full throttle.
Start sprinting to run up to the side and time to clear out.
Hey. Oh boy, here we go.
Got 2 rounds left to place the beacon.
Standing
Right,
by.
so Beach Ball has to get into the beacon now. End of discussion. We do the jump. We jump to there, we get 3 pips. So 3 evasion pips is probably enough. Since there's only 1 vehicle that can target us clearly at the moment, and we can unload everything we've got into the
4
6
and
site.
Alpha strike.
Well, some of it anyway.
Ready to rock.
Right. Cannot jump into a position where I'm going to be able to get to shoot to support. But we can sprint around fast enough that the next turn we'll be able to fire the give fire support, although the beacon will be placed by then. Alright, Claymore. Out and up the path.
I'm here.
Yeah, in hindsight, next time we do one of these, faster mechs. Faster mechs for our support mechs. That's a big artillery marker. Fire control, this is observer actual, confirmed, shot out. Alright. That is,
Waiting for orders.
yeah, he's inside the blast marker. I don't care for him anymore. It's time for us to leave. Oh, that's right. Get close to the marker on the ground. Please do. Move right into that red bit. That would be great.
Confirmed. Affirmative, Commander.
Right, so that's the scouts clear. We probably could have done this with just 2 mechs, honestly. There's not as much here defending this base as I thought there would be. And I think our guys over here should be well and truly clear up the side.
Full throttle.
What now? Throttling up for what it's worth.
Right, now I'm not going to head straight to the evac point, or I'm not going to evac. I just want to see, make sure I'm clear of wherever the explosion lands and however much splash
Warning.
it has.
Incoming artillery fire.
Commander?
Once we're clear, I'm going to head back in because I want the bonus objectives to make sure we've cleared everything out.
Coordinates received.
I think we should be clear this far out, I think. Damn it, they're running away from the blast marker.
What are your orders, Skipper? You got it.
I know this one's dead, but I've got nothing else that I can shoot at, so might as well try and steal the points for it.
Reporting. One less vehicle.
Right. I think that section of trees there should be good enough too. I wouldn't expect the blast. It'll either be completely confined into the circle or it'll only be slightly over. Jump jets of the Stinger destroyed, right torso, right arm destroyed, pilot
Enemy
injured.
mech. Critical damage detected.
Yeah, looking at what we've got here, unless there's something really valuable inside the building that we can recover as salvage, I'm glad we didn't take full salvage, and I think we might have taken too much as it is, because unless the support lance that shows up has something really nice, there's not much here. Not really.
Okay, firing everything.
That's that mech out of play.
Enemy down.
Right, come on, show me the big boom. Oh, that's a vehicle moving into the splash template. Destroyed. Not only on the edges of the template. Fire control, this is observer actual, good effect on target, target's destroyed. Right. That appears to be it, unless there's... we have 3 rounds before enemy reinforcements arrive.
by.
I think we might hang around, to be perfectly honest.
Rolling.
There's a bonus for that, but there's also a bonus for destroying additional enemy forces.
Firing.
I'm kind of thinking we might stay. Because we've got a lot of salvage tickets on the table at the moment. And
Damage minimal.
Yup.
let's kill this wasp for
Critical
mobility.
hit.
It's almost like the game's a little confused at all the enemies being destroyed at this point.
Engaging target. Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
What now? Moving to
Alright,
position.
Wolverine should finish this one off.
Targeting. For now.
Okay, there we go. Fury Curie in 2 skulls. I usually have some light
Hunchback.
mechs, maybe a medium, the vehicle spam, and the reinforcement lance if I take too long. Yeah, that seems to be about what we've got here. And we do have one unknown mech.
Waiting for order.
Alright, let's go find out what he is. It's a locust.
Acknowledge. That's a miss.
Ready to
It
rock.
looks like we have 2 coming in. Interesting that they weren't at the base before.
That didn't hit.
3, 4. It's full lance. Alright, so now we're going to actually start making use of those salvage points we took.
Full throttle.
Alright, oh, my chat's frozen. Ah, that's what's going on. Hang on a second, I was thinking, this is gone, it's gone oddly quiet. Sounds like a dream family there, to be honest, Mags. Yeah, I love my fam. I've done well in some areas. I rolled, as I said on last night's stream, I rolled snake eyes when it come to some of my issues, but I did damn well on my rolls when it comes to family. Isn't the vehicle bay given in every target mission? Sometimes it doesn't show. Ouch. This sounds like a very complicated mission. Doesn't look like it, actually. But it is based on the mechanics from one of the end missions. I just found the channel, RoadTech Online Player. Very nice. I've done a little bit of RoadTech. Wasn't a huge fan, but that's because I'm a bit of a lore nerd. So that's why I'm doing BEX, and I'll be doing BattleTech Advanced later to play the FedCom Civil War and the other side of it. This one will be for the pre-clan invasion and clan invasion period. Joanne, how's your stance on visiting Europe? England has castles 4 times the age of your country, if not more. Yeah, it's on my list. I've got a long list of places in England and Europe that I want to go to. I did even actually want to go into Russia up until sort of more recent events. That's been struck off the list. But there was some areas in Russia and Eastern Europe that I was interested in seeing that I'm thinking might not be such a great idea to go to anymore, which is unfortunate. But yes, anywhere that's old. I like seeing places that just have history, and there's a lot of history. The Devil, thank you very much for the $10, mate. Sorry I didn't call that out earlier. The chat froze on this end and I didn't actually see it pop up. So it looks like I've got a shitload of messages here that I'm behind on. The Young Show, I finally got notified about Mags, but the others, like Gun Jesus, that YouTube absolutely refuses to tell me about. I always get notified about... Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's... Oddly enough, yeah, I think you're right. I don't actually get notifications for Gun Jesus. I'm a subscriber for him as well. I do still get Brendan Herrera, AK Guy. I still get AK Guy notifications.
Commander?
Which is good, because I really love his content. He is fantastic. Him and Demolition Ranch, I still get notifications from. But I don't get many of the others. I've got to go and check their channels manually. So, yeah, YouTube algorithm be screwy. This may not have been a good move with just 3 evasion. What do we got? Wasp, Javelin. Alright, that's concerning. Stinger. And a Locust. Alright, so the Javelin's the only thing I'm really concerned about there. And it depends, yeah, between SRM6s. It's an SRM6 build, because of course it is. Alright, so that's the main one I'm concerned with. Alright, we'll put those shots into the Locust, since it's closest. Target. Let's hope we just didn't get my Get Beach Balls Firestarter wrecked. Capellan's my second favourite war criminals. I'm assuming Comstar is first.
Skipper.
Let's... Yeah, we're not going to be able to get MG range
Roger
anyway,
that,
so we'll just do the run-in with the lead splitter. We get the 1 evasion point removal, structure removed on the Stinger, and then we should be able to hit with the AC-5.
Critical hit.
The Javelin is going to be the primary target, though. We need to get them within jump range and rip that thing in half to get rid of those SRM6s. Joanne, we're lucky I've been getting notifications on his content. It's clearly some people do, but it seems to be about, if you assume only half the people are getting notifications are watching, which I think is sort of an overestimate. For 100,000 subs, there's probably only 10,000 people that are getting notifications, and about 5,000 on average are watching. That's about roughly where it's at. Could be a little more with a little less watching, but it'll be somewhere in that area. And I'm honestly not sure why. My channel has a clean bill of health. I've cleared. There was when YouTube went sort of 2018, 2019, when it went real draconian on some of its rules. I had a couple of strikes against the channel, but I got them all fixed. I went and challenged them all, and almost every single one of them was because was on an IL2 or a DCS video, and it was because the YouTube algorithm mistook what it was seeing for real combat footage, and it thought I was putting real footage of explosions and planes being shot down and shit. Like if you've seen my IL2 and DCS videos, it thought that was real. The algorithm actually couldn't tell the difference. At least that's what it seemed to be for the most part. And it also didn't, at the time, it also really didn't like anything related to the word history. So the second I stopped putting history in my tags, even if I was talking about the history of an aircraft, suddenly it all went away. So yeah, I've had a clean bill of health since. So I have no idea what the hell the algorithm's doing, to be honest. Inbound kill team boss, we've lingered a bit too long, and their quick reinforcements are arriving shortly. I kind of wanted them to be honest. I'm not liking the fact that they seem to be spawning behind. Oh no, they're spawning in front, they're dropping. Actually, that's good. That's good. They're going to be dropping directly into my guns. We've just got to clean up these mechs. Jenna maybe, Dragon of course, Phoenix Hawk with good gunnery, quick draw. Dragon is actually a possibility. Yeah, a Dragon would be really good on one of these missions. For a high-speed heavy, especially if I decked it out with some longer-range sniping weapons and a good pilot. All right.
Up high.
That didn't do as much damage as I was hoping. The devil comes, rip my sticker. No. I did get to it. Apologies. My chat was just being funny on this end. Like the 6M. We all have to have some fast mediums, or well, you have some fast mediums already in your lineup. You can go faster. We need much faster. It's okay, man. He's offline. Don't feel about it. No, this wasn't a visual problem, Vox. This was a chat not updating. So now I'm backlogged while I'm trying to fight multiple lancers simultaneously, just to put pressure on.
Accuracy through volume of fire.
All right. And Javelin jumps. There goes all the evasion pips we just stripped off. Yeah, it's got to be dealt with.
I'm here.
We've still got the down stinger, and I don't really want it getting up. Alright, you know what? Fine, let's do this. Yeah, that's probably going to be the best position, although it's not offering me much in the way of evasion. They're still shooting at the front, and they don't have a lot of firepower to play with. Multi-target, that'll be target 1. Javelin will be target 2. Interesting. SRMs are better. Yeah, it looks like it's because the evasion's so high. Yeah, target's obstructed, target moved +8, target size +3, shot modifier +12. Yeah, there's almost no point doing the multi-shot. The chances of us actually hitting him with that. Just gut the stinger.
Enemy mech destroyed.
Imagine a mech on a hex base this size. Are you talking about the size of the blast zone? Oh,
Hey.
thankfully they don't come in that size, because that would be an amount of armor that I would not like have to dig through. Although I imagine the piloting ability and evasion, the evasion calculations for a mech of that size would be theoretical at best.
Affirmative.
Alright, let's see if we can hit the locust. Actually, no. Can we hit... Nah, Javelin's got too much.
I
Go for
hope
locust.
I'm
we
picking
got
up a
the
new
wasp.
sensor trace. Looks like enemy reinforcements.
And now we get to find out what the backup is. Looks like 3 mechs deployed.
Damage minimal.
Would be the BattleTech version of an Imperator-class Titan. Yeah, that's about it. Time for the fireworks. Want the splash size. The Devil Comes, 25. Alerts for YouTube paid stickers are broken. Well, there's no sound. You didn't have to... You didn't have to do it twice. Thank you very much, dude, but you didn't have to do it twice. Jesus. It was chat frozen. That's all it was. That's all it was. It was just YouTube being a bitch. Set up sticker super chat alerts. Okay, so yeah, I need to set up an audio. I'll need to set up an audio or some kind of pop-up for it. All I get on this side is anything that comes in is it comes in a bright lit up box, which is clearly easy to see. It's just if the chat's not scrolling and it's locked, then I can't see it. I will get some kind of super chat notification pop up on screen.
Commander?
I will work on that over the next couple. Alright, so... Can't believe you donated again, dude. Oh, fuck. Well, that got uncomfortable very quickly. That has to die. That has to die at the very least. This is going to be risky jumping into 4. It looks like the entire lance that dropped in was vehicles.
Lifting off.
I'm not liking the risk involved with this, but we've got a lot of evasion, even at this range. Good.
One more for the trash heap.
Get that LRM carrier out of play. That could
Damage
really
minimal.
ruin days. Caleb, it's nice to be out of the truck for a couple of weeks, just playing some Farm Sim 22, and you're on my phone. You know, at some point,
Skipper?
I'm gonna actually have to look at Farming Simulator. I know it's insanely popular. And it's one of those things that I never thought I'd be interested in because, you know, I've done this shit for real. But then again, I really enjoy American Truck Simulator, and that's something that I never thought I would enjoy. I didn't think that would be a thing, and yet I can quite happily sit back and put a couple of hours in that in VR and not even think about it. So, yeah, I probably should give that a go. Let's do a jump. I think it might even be available on Game Pass. I'll have to have a look. Alright, so I'm gonna jump. I need at least one of the fire starters over here to strip points. So Lead Spitter is gonna open up on the Locust. And we're gonna try and ruin this Locust stay as much as we possibly can.
I'm here.
Alright. Claymore. Actually, that's actually annoying. What's the other vehicle while we're up here? It's a Bulldog AC2, Saladin, and a Condor. Alright. Weight-wise, I'm not sure the Firestarter's got enough tonnage to be able to crush all of those, but I can evade out if I don't. But there's nothing super heavy there. Cerberus. Yeah, let's just try the melee,
I'd rather
since
use
you're right there.
weapons, but that hurt.
Less effective than I was hoping, but could have been worse. Saladin's going for the rear. Misses because of the evasion bonuses. That's good. Alright, Beach Ball's still got a chance to bail out. I don't want to give the back... Why won't it let me attack from there? That would have been really nice. I don't want to give the Wasp or the Locust the back of the Shadowhawk because they can actually do a lot of damage if they get into that back armor. I leave the back armor on my mechs relatively thin. So...
All weapons committed.
Left leg destroyed. Okay, that's good. Alright, Javelin will be out in the
Enemy
next turn.
mech. Critical damage detected.
Cool. And we'll probably take the Locust as well. Evasion saves the Firestarter. That is the reinforcements. They are away on patrol. Okay, this is Romeo Foxtrot. Shall we dance? Come visit the south of Brazil and look at the pretty old European architecture buildings. That's another area I'd like to go to. It's a more out-of-the-way touristy thing, but I'd actually like to get into South America in general. There's a couple of some really interesting areas in there.
Waiting for order.
The Mayan temples and stuff that they've cleared out. I would love to see. There's a lot of places around the world. If I had the budget, I can tell you, if I had the budget, I wouldn't be spending a lot of time in Australia. I would pack the family up, and the videos on this channel would be less gameplay, or be occasional gameplay, likely from a laptop in a hotel room, and you would have a huge number of Mags Tours the World videos. Like, you would get a shitload of that. Oh, okay, we need to deal with that Saladin a lot more urgently than I thought. That thing's got an AC-20. Had an AC-20.
Vehicle down.
Good shot, Beach Ball. Well done. One Firestarter dealing with all of the enemy's reinforcements on their own.
Internal structure disintegrating. Yup.
Yeah, about that invasion you had there, Locust.
That hit something good.
Here comes the Wasp to try and flank the Firestarter. Oh, no, going for the Shadowhawk. Okay, if you want to shoot the front armor of the Shadowhawk, that's fine. It's got more armor than your mech has weight in the front of it, but I'm entirely cool with that if that's the way you want to do things.
Yes, Commander.
Cerberus, you can... That's going to give the back. Can I get a... We've got to look at your minimum range, Cerberus.
If you say so.
Below that torso, because there should be ammunition in that torso. I'll leave the AC-5 firing at 49%. It's almost not worth it, but we'll just let it cycle anyway. Might hit, might not.
That looked like a critical hit.
Yeah, I would say so. There's not going to be a lot of javelin left, and it's not going to be jumping around all over the place anymore. Though one of its SRM-6s is still functioning. Alright, so I'm actually not... I'm going to melee the Locust with the Shadow Hawk since the Javelin's already cycled.
Engaging physical attack.
Bulldog AC2, so sniper fire incoming. Wolverine takes that in the front. It's fine. It's got front armor. It's all good. Came up aces as far as my wife and kids. Couldn't ask for better. Yeah, it's a good feeling. I do.
Commander?
I do pity though. This. You know, people have their choices and they do their choices, and it sounds a bit... Sounds like I'm being a bit of a dick, but I do kind of pity those people that made that choice to do the full-fledged career and ignore the family thing. Or Alright, that's not right. Not everybody would find the right person to actually have the family with. The people who deliberately close themselves off to the option of a family.
Copy that, Commander.
There's a lot there. There's a lot there that you're missing. And it's better done early too, because the little bastards get faster as they get older, and the last thing, like, as it is... I was in my 30s when I had my boys. When they're in their 20s, I'm going to be in my 50s. It's going to be really hard to keep them bluffed. And they're going to be a little bit difficult to keep up with. You know, at the very least, my daughter I've been able to keep up with. I had her in my early mid-20s. So been able to keep up with her a little bit. But those two boys are going to be an issue.
Ready to rock.
It's why I'm again back to doing the whole personal fitness thing and trying to get fit, lose weight, and spending time jogging and trying to fit myself up now. I'm looking my 40s in the eye. A big part of it is those little bastards are getting faster, and I fully intend to keep them bluffed until their 20s. Now, what is our best? That Locust. It's only got one evasion. It's nearly knackered. Lead spitter. Nothing will get behind it from here. That should be a killing blow from the melee. And if not, it's going to be knackered. Cool. That's him dealt with. Internet Historian is hilarious as well. Yeah, Internet Historian I get updates on. He does some fantastic stuff. Grand Thumb is hoot. Yes, Grand Thumb's one of the ones I don't get notifications for, funnily enough. I've got to check his channel. I do follow most of the main gun tubers.
Minimal.
And a lot of them are, yeah, like they do amazing work. But there's only a couple I get notifications for. The rest I've got to go and check. The other one is, oh, now I'm having a brain fart for his name. Stick a Thumb in it. The one that had the 50 cal blow up on him, and he was lucky to get the hell out of that and survive. Shit, I can't remember his name. I'm sure somebody in chat knows exactly who I'm talking about here. But, yeah, I've got to check his channel for updates as well. Like, I watch damn near every video that he uploads, at least, you know, if I have the time to watch any videos at all. But I have to check to see whether or not he's uploaded. I don't get a notification. Testament to DCS's ability to be realistic. Yeah, well, there's a reason why people were using it to create false images early in the invasion of Ukraine. That's where most of the Ghost of Kiev stuff came from, was DCS. Alright, that's the Javelin out.
Enemy mech
I thought the Dragon was more common in Karita space. Yeah, it is. You will find the odd one here or there, but you will find more of them up north. But, yeah, we can always go up north and try and find one. It's going to be funnier if he sees the second one, Devil. See, this is how far behind I am. This is how long it froze for.
Standing by.
I'm on tilt at the moment trying to catch up with all the missing messages. I am trying.
I'm there. I'd rather use weapons, but...
The devil comes. Honestly, I'm not worried. It's like teasing the man. Oh, god damn it, another one. And that's the Lance dealt with. So now we're just going to deal with the last of the vehicles. So I suppose we should send somebody up there to actually help Beach Ball.
Light damage.
She's
Holding
kicking the
firm.
shit out of all the reinforcements on her own at the moment. But yeah, we can send some more guns her way. Ooh, that was in the back of the Wolverine. Ouch. That one's going to sting.
Waiting for orders.
Now, is the Bulldog light enough for us to be able to stand on with the Firestarter? Let's find out.
Targeting for physical attack.
Apparently not. But the MGs did the job anyway.
Crawler destroyed.
So that's 3 vehicles to Beach Ball up here at the moment. And we'll do the same thing.
Copy that, Commander.
But there's enough weight there. And just gun down the survivors trying to crawl out of the wreckage.
One more for the trash heap.
And I think that's it. I think we can go home now. I'm surprised we're not getting an auto withdrawal, to be perfectly honest. That should be everything.
Full throttle.
Yeah, Dragon is Curator only mech, discounting the rare battlefield salvage. It's quite common as well in Curator forces.
Right here. Affirmative.
MagzTV, you should try painting over your mechs red and maybe a bit of yellow for the punch. Yeah, I'll probably do a bit of a paint
Standing
change
by.
on these soon enough.
Acknowledged.
The blue and white's sort of just not standing out. I was trying to do red and black, but the color painter for BattleTech is a little bit, it's a bit shit, to be perfectly honest, considering what this game is and where it comes from. There should be a much more detailed mech painter in this. Mech that size would probably mount naval grade weapons. Yes, it would. Somerset house cut, worth every cent. Oh, you bastards! Oh. I'm a little peeved. Seemed mug got damaged in shipping and it broke on coffee number 3. I'm debating what to do because I like the design. Kind of want a display of it. Which design's that, Devil Comes? Let me know because I've been a little messed up over the last couple of weeks, so I haven't been advancing on it. But I've been a little unhappy with some of the results I've been seeing out of the Teespring store as well. Most of the time they get it right. Occasionally they don't. So I'm actually in the process of building an entirely new store that's completely independent of Teespring and all those other, you know, whatever stores. And that's what I'll be releasing all of my stuff on, where I can actually go through and source, not just put the designs up and see what they get printed to. I'll be able to source the type of coffee cup. I'll be able to source the type of shirts, the thread count, the quality. I'll be able to pick through and make sure the prints are right. I'm looking to try and get access to all over print options so I can do like sleeve and shoulder prints, so I can do more elaborate designs.
Confirmed.
Because I'm a bit limited on the space that I can actually use on most of the Teespring stuff as well. And stuff where I have a much higher control of what the quality is actually going to be and the material is going to be. So let me know on the designs, and Displate is actually going to be a part of that because they're the only ones doing full metal prints. So I'm probably going to be setting up. I've got a Teespring store, but I haven't been using it. Not a Teespring, a Displate store, but I haven't been using it actively. But I will be doing something with it very soon. So let me know what design that is. Mag seems to have an allergy on Precision Strike. Yeah, actually completely forgot about that. I was too busy watching. Too busy reading chat and trying to
Yes, Commander.
fight through everything. Although, to be fair, I didn't really need it. 45 people watching, less than 20 likes. Come on. Oh, thank you very much for the money. Again, the donation, Fury Curry. And you didn't have to donate for that. Yeah, people will like if they like. I'm pretty chill. I'm having fun. Little peeved
Waiting for orders.
about the chat freezing, but
Gotcha.
that's all. I actually can't even see what the stream numbers are at the moment, so I have
Ready to
no
rock.
idea how many people are watching.
I got you.
45 is actually better numbers than I was getting on Twitch, so welcome everybody. He uses them on the mechs he wants. This slot is a bit of trash. Well, honestly, I probably should have used them to kill the mechs a little bit faster. I just didn't think to.
Right
Fiddly,
here.
yeah, you can stay there. You can stay there.
Stabilizing. Engaging coolant system.
Alright. That should be the
Rolling.
end of the mission. There we go, finally. Lots of people forget to use precision strike and sensor lock. Yeah, well, that's exactly what happened then. Sensor lock I usually use only in the opening phases. It's just to work out exactly what I'm facing as we've just dropped into a mission and I've picked up
Successful.
first contacts. I want to know who to prioritize first. Who's going to be my biggest issue straight away. Once we're past that phase, I tend not to use it a lot. And precision strike, I just completely forgot about it that time around. Alright, so contract results, and then I will get through the rest of these chats and get us up to date, and then I'll probably do one more. So attack on the installation and paint the area, success. We actually did that really easily. Destroy the Capellan Forces garrison, success. Destroy additional enemy forces, plus 10% bonus. Contract payment increased by 10% on both, because we also got the drop costs, which only gives us 136,000 after expenditures, but it's not bad. Only major damage was on the Wolverine. And that back corner, I reckon, was that shot to the rear. Was the autocannon burst to the rear right at the end of the mission, I think is what got through there. Leg, I'm not sure what did the leg. Beach Ball deserves a raise. She deserves a bonus. Okay, so one part of the Javelin, we've got 2. Yeah, this is all crap. Two Stinger parts. And then we have one single Stinger part. That'll bring us up to 3. Take the AC... Ooh. Actually, we'll probably take the quantity 2 AC5s. And we'll take the triple stack of LRM20s. And yeah, we'll just roll for the rest and see what we get. Alright, so we got the Javelin, the Locust, both the 3 of the Stinger components, the 2 Wasp components, the 3 AC2s, the AC20, 2 AC5s, the 3 LRM20s, 2 medium lasers, 6 MGs, SRM2s, SRM4s. Well, we got everything. We cleaned up all the salvage. Literally every piece of salvage that was there. 22 items. 4.2 million. Yeah. If it wasn't for there being just so many junk mechs, or if there were more lined up, like that probably would have been worth it more if that was another Stinger instead of a Wasp. Because we would have picked up another mech then we could build and sell. But, it is what it is. Was fun regardless. I usually keep morale over 50, so I get to +1 to hit. Yeah, I do want to get the morale up that high. The thing is, to get the morale up that high, you've got to start throwing money at the mech crews, and hasn't been really until this stream that we've broken sustained 2 million for any long extended period of time. So we're only just starting to make the money now. It's taken 20 hours of stream on the difficulty level to actually do it, but we've only just gotten there. We're finally getting up to the point now where I can just sort of forget about taking money if I wanted to, outside of taking just enough to cover the drop costs. I always wonder what it's like for somebody who has worked in these particular positions, like a farmer or an airline pilot playing these simulations. Perhaps it's perverse. I would wind up criticizing little things, I imagine. I mean, I've got a video floating on mine. I've only got one video of me actually doing anything on the farm, and the farm doesn't exist. Well, it exists, but it's been sold. My father retired, so I can never go back and do it again. But I've got one video that I did for April Fools in like 2014 or 2015, when Ground Forces was just becoming a thing in War Thunder, where I did a Ground Forces farming tutorial video, which was me literally driving the tractor around, disking up a paddock in real life, and doing a running commentary over the entire thing, like we were, grinding Ground Forces. You know, the most efficient ways to grind Ground Forces and things to watch out for, and the stunning level of graphical detail that Gaijin had put into the interior cockpits of the new Ground Forces vehicles, and but that's the video I've got for it. So like I've got that one. I imagine I'd probably I'd criticize all of the little pieces that they get wrong. So I imagine there is a lot, but most people would never pick it up. You never do it as a job, unless you've done it as a job. It's the long-lost German in them trying to get out and play work simulator games. Look, some of the work simulator games are fun. I mean, let's face it, every flight simulator is a work simulator. Somebody did that for a job at one point or another. I don't need sensor lock since I got a Raven 1X with BAP available. Very nice. We will get that set up. We will get that. I've never found the right person. I wanted a family more than anything, but at first it was too early, and after that, no one came along. Yeah, this is the difficulty, and with modern dating, I'll be perfectly honest, I have no idea what you would do nowadays with the way things are. In my opinion, social media has largely ruined dating. But I guess just go to places where there are things that you like to do, and maybe you run into somebody. It's the catch-22 of wanting a family. If you go looking for a family, you'll wind up getting something you don't want. But if you close off yourself to the opportunity of finding a family, you'll never ever get one. You will pass over opportunities and miss them. So it's not looking, but being open at the same time and just doing your thing, and then that's how you find the right person to be with. I spent years looking for the right person, which is why I've got a daughter with one of my exes, and that's why she's an ex. My wife, we knew one another for years before we started dating, and we'd never even considered it. And at this point, this is going to sound really bad. I actually can't remember how many years we've been married at this point in time, because I actually don't judge our relationship off the point we were married, because as I have said many times before, I considered our wedding to be nothing more than a formality, because at this point we've been together for nearly 12 years. And we'd been together for nearly 8, or around 8. Yeah, we would be 4 years. Yeah, it would have been somewhere around 8 years by the time we actually got married. So by then, she was already my wife. It was a day to get drunk and sign paperwork, which doesn't sound particularly romantic. But at that point, like, yeah. Puberty is when parents become difficult. Kentucky Ballistics, thank you very much. Yes, I love his work. I loved his videos before. Like, I followed him before the 50 cal incident and got really concerned for him. And then I've loved how he's bounced back. The man is a machine. But yeah, I just do not get notifications for his content at all. I have to go and check his channel. I have to go and look. Keeping up with the boy hasn't been a problem for the last 5 years. He hardly left his room. Now he wants to join the Marines. I'm buggered. Alright, my kids are okay with life with me in the army. The wives, not so much. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, I enjoyed my time as an Air Force brat. The not having friends and having no ability to socialize with anybody up until I was halfway through high school, years after we left the Air Force, that was a bit harsh, because I never developed social skills because we never stayed in a place for any longer than a year for any given time for the first 9 years of my life. But the memories of things like being... there was an air show on. I can't remember. I think there's photos of it. I think it was one of it might have been the Bicentennial Air Show. It's the late 80s, early 90s. I was very small. I was only about 5, but I remember this. And I think there's a photo of this as well. I might have to dig this photo up for the stream at some point. I'm positive there's a photo of this. But because my father was Air Force, we had open passes. So, you know those little barricades they put up around the planes that you're not allowed to cross? Yeah, we could ignore those. We could go inside. And there's a picture of me sitting inside the engine of an aircraft. And I'm pretty sure it was a MiG. Because if it's the Bicentennial Air Show... It was somewhere around that, it would have been, somewhere around, very late 80s, very early 90s, because there was a period around about the time the wall fell, or just before, where Russia actually sent a huge number of planes over for one of our big air shows, and just put them all on display, because it was the time, everything was winding down. Everyone knew that, Cold War was coming to an end, or really going into pause mode at that point. And so there was like the Antonov flew out, and I remember that air show. I was there. I remember the planes, and there's a photo of me eating a sandwich in the back of, I think it might have been a MiG-31. MiG-31? A Foxbat. I think it might have been a Foxbat. Me just sitting on the eagle feathers at the back of it. Or the chicken feathers, or whatever the nickname for them is. In the exhaust of the aircraft where it's parked, obviously not running, it was parked and cooled down, having a sandwich, and one of the pilots was talking to my old man and my mum, and I had somebody else that was there with me as well, and they were all just talking shit at the back of this plane, and I'm just eating a sandwich in the back of a parked fighter. And I've got memories from when the dad's last posting was at Point Cook, and he built the RAAS P-51, or he was involved in doing the first airframe and hydraulic construction on the P-51. Most of the plane, except the engine itself. And there is a photo of him floating around somewhere where he is on top of the wing, working on something, while the wing is detached from that P-51, and if you look at the picture on the opposing side, you can actually see this tiny little set of legs sticking out, and it was actually me sitting on the ground, and I think I had a transformer toy or something, and I was sitting underneath the other wing of the P-51 while it was being worked on in the restoration bay. So, really cool memories. The only downside was you do not learn how to socialize at all. You have, and nobody else knows how to socialize anyone, because everybody's an Air Force brat and everybody's moving around, so nobody knows how to communicate. And nobody expects to see like every single day you'd go home from school and you wouldn't actually expect to see the people that you had been playing with that day at school the next day, because it was highly likely that they might just not be there because they've moved. There would be no notification. You wouldn't know. They would just move. This is my OG YouTube account. This is my second one. I actually do have another account, which was my OG account, that I do not remember what it was called or what the password for it was, because I haven't logged into it since I created this account. I created this account fresh for creating the channel, and then it's been my primary YouTube account ever since. My comment with the colours with the red ones go faster, but the long chat backlog kind of ruined it. We're slowly getting through this. 49, 36 likes. Did it so it's harder to ignore. £2 for some more thumbs up is okay. Oh, thank you very much, Fury. You don't have to. I will read through all of the chats. I will read through all the chats. I know it's not always common for streamers to do that, but this is why I stream. I mean, you guys like watching the gameplay. I like chatting to you guys. While we're here, we're actually going to work on this. So let's start working on this Griffin, because we've got a few things to work on here as I'm reading through. Sensor lock is good at removing evasion, pips, and light mechs. Shoot them easier. That's a good point. I just tend to like to remove the pips by punching them in the face and then shooting them with a barrage of machine guns. But I'm probably going to have to start using that more, because we are getting to the point now where the fire starters are starting to lose some of their appeal. Alright, so 3 skulls can be 250 to 350 tons on the Op4s, so yes, assaults can be a thing. That's a primary Op4, not reinforcements. Yeah, that's why I'm sort of holding off on doing the 2.5 skull missions at this point. We're getting close, but I need a more dedicated force. We're getting there. We're getting bloody close, but yeah, we're not quite there yet. Meanwhile, some bombers still have their years-old cockpits as placeholders. They'll never get updated. Those were put in simply because there was enough complaints for them to actually essentially put in gauges to the inside of the 3D model in War Thunder. Those bombers will never receive detailed cockpits. Those placeholder cockpits will still be placeholder cockpits when that game's servers are finally shut down. Spirit Fox. Board gaming, RPGs, and miniatures are heavily tilted towards the male direction. This is true, but not always. Like, there are more and more women getting involved in it. Also, you watch my stuff, Spirit Fox. I tend to think that probably means you're into at least a little bit of history and probably into a little bit of literature as well. This might sound really lame, but try going to a library once in a while. Just go in, pick up a book, have a read, see who's there. What's the worst that can happen? You know, just... Space Viking, modern reason to get married, taxes. Well, like, you're not wrong, but I wouldn't say that's the reason to get married, because I think there's also, like, getting married for that reason and that reason alone might also be why the divorce rate is really high. Young show, late 80s and early 90s. For me, that was being stationed in Germany and then Desert Storm. Oof. Bet there's some stories there. I got her a picture of me, 16 years younger, sitting on an old Russian long-range anti-aircraft middle, which needed boosters to start, while carrying a 300-kilogram warhead or a small nuke. I assume that would have been like a gate guard or a monument type piece. Probably a MiG-25. Yeah, it could have been a MiG-25. Could have been a MiG-25 as well. I'm not entirely sure what it was. I know it wasn't a MiG-29. I know it wasn't a MiG-29. It was something older, and it had a big port at the back of it. I'm pretty sure it was Russian. If it wasn't a MiG-25, and I'm trying to I haven't seen this image in over 15 years now, so I'm trying to remember it now. It possibly could have been the back of a Tripoli, so an F-111. Possibly. But I'm pretty sure it was Russian. I am pretty sure it was Russian. Because I'm pretty sure there's another photo of me standing next to it, and it was painted white, and it had the red star on it. And it never occurred to me when I was younger how significant that was at that time. Like, it just never... Obviously, I was a kid. I had no idea. But it's thinking back on it now, what I was walking around and what I had access to as a toddler... Well, it was a little bit more than a toddler. It was about 5. What I was walking past at that period of time, it just... Yeah, I'm going to have to go through... Actually, my parents are still away, but I can give them a quick phone call tomorrow, find out where the albums are, and I've got the keys to the house, so I'll just go around to their place and rifle through their photo albums until I find it. They're all in original Polaroids, so I'll have to scan them all, but at the very least, I want copies of these photos anyway. You don't need to be sitting under the wing in an Air Force brat to do that. I did that without being an Air Force brat. Yeah, but I did it relatively commonly. I actually had at Point Cook, I had my own, like, with photograph and all the bullshit, tarmac pass. So that when I was wandering down on the base, I could actually go through all the gates and turnstiles, and they would get me through into the officers' mess and into the pilot's hall and all that kind of thing. I had my own pass. That was just... To be fair, that wasn't unusual. That was most of the brats on the base had one of those, and it was so you could get down to where Dad's working and just chill offside. It was a very casual base. It was in the process of winding down from an active military base and turning into just a museum at that period of time, which is what it is now. It's still technically an active base, Point Cook, but it's largely civilian traffic with a RAAF-sponsored military museum on it, and it's a really good visit. You should go down there if you happen to be in the area. Fun fact, living in East Germany, lots of small old airfields transformed into museums with all kinds of crap the Russians left 30 years ago, plus some NATO stuff. Yeah, I've seen some photos, especially this is actually part of the reason why I wanted to go into Eastern Europe at one point. I've seen photos where you just drive down a road and there's like 50 MiG-21s and like MiG-19s and shit just sitting on the side of the road, just corroding. I want to see that kind of stuff. Not anymore. Like, it's a little rough over there at the moment to go visiting just quietly. We might have to avoid it for probably the next 10 or 15 years or so, but it was on my list for a reason. The Americans had nuclear air-to-air in the Americans had a nuclear air-to-air rocket to intercept bomber formations. Yes, the Genie. They also had a nuclear-tipped air-to-air missile. Like not just a rocket. They test fired like a Sparrow with a nuke on the end of it, as I recall. And then there was the what is it again? The Davy Crockett, the nuclear mortar that is launched from the back of a Willys Jeep, which is always a favourite one to discuss, because America. Joanne Adams, I'm just listening to your voice in the chat whilst being busy at work. You have a really soothing voice, I might add. I might have to recommend you get a hearing exam, maybe? I hate my voice. I hate my voice. Damn, still have to join your Discord. Maybe I'll find that pic. Yeah, look, if you come on the milk, if I can find the photo albums and I can get them scanned, like, I know the old man will still have them. God knows where he's put them. As I said, I haven't seen these photos or the albums in about 15 years. But he will still have them. I know they won't have been thrown away. if I can find them, I will absolutely scan every single photo, because there is albums from that air show that they were shot from behind all the ropes. Like, we were behind all the guide ropes with the cameras. They are 80s quality photos from an 80s quality camera, of course. But they're shots you're not going to see from a time that I'm not so sure we're going to see again anytime soon. Family and dating, just because I don't care about it anymore. My mother once told me that no one would take care of me once I got older. Told her to just put me on a sack and throw me in the... Oh, that's harsh. That's harsh. And bullshit too. I am convinced everybody can find someone. I mean, I'm fucking ugly, and I've been with my wife for 15 years and have 3 fantastic kids. So if I can do it, if I can do it, you're good. Trust me. Alright, so let's max out the armor on this thing, just because we can, and then we'll pull armor pips off if we need it. So 38, 56, or 55 when we're running on full armor. That nearly takes, yeah, that's probably a touch much. Got the LRM-15. That pulls us over, and we don't have any ammo in it yet. We don't have any support weapons in it yet either. Not that we're going to be putting a huge amount of support in it. Yeah, the Griffin's going to be tight to fit. You know, jokes aside, the LRM-20 may not actually be the bad option there. It gets us to 48. Two tons of ammo. How many shots per ton for the LRM ammo? 120 rounds. So we've got 12 volleys out of an LRM-20 with 2 tons. Russian Anthem intensifies, SU-24 Fencer, or maybe an SU-17. Yeah, it could be. I'm not sure exactly what it was. I said off memory, I just remember the shot. I just can't remember what it was that I was in. I'm pretty sure it was Russian. And it was big enough that I could sit comfortably inside of it, eating a sandwich with space. Like, I was only about 5 or 6 at the time, but there was room. Like, I wasn't like I was in a cramped tunnel, so it was something that had a fairly decent out on it. No monument, just museum piece. Museums also had the engine, OGME 262, as well as the V2 thruster, bagged up as well. Talking about game-changing pieces of tech history. Yeah, I've actually got to get up north to Canberra and check out the 262 they've got in there. I've never seen one in person. In Berlin, we have the Russian field guns, T-34-85s, and old Russian monuments. Yeah, they did like using the T-34 for every monument they possibly could. Them and the IS-2s were fairly common, as I understand. Show just because you could use it on ground targets. Well, apparently the Germans still had thousands of old Ilgas lying around. Also, the Air Force uses a couple of MiGs as training jets. 1960s, where you get measured your diplomatic arrangements for the megaton. Yes. It's the Aussie accent. You see, I don't like my accent either, but no, other people do. Each to their own. I'm pretty sure everybody hates their own voice. I just really hate it because I've actually got to listen to mine all the time when I listen back through my videos. Wichita used to go see the restoration on dock the B-29 was doing. It was awesome. There is a max armor button. There is, but the max armor button, I like to do it manually so I can go through and just tweak my levels, and it lets me a little bit of time to think as well. Like, we're going to have to strip armor off this thing, because I want to get at least another LRM on it, and we do really need at least... We do need at least one support. LRM-20 is the best option in my honest opinion. I do tend to agree. I'm thinking we need another one though. Large laser, 2 medium lasers, biggest LRM plus ammo. If we go large laser, we're not going to have the tonnage. We're only going to have something like an LRM-5, which makes it useless. Stand off a bit of armor, stick a medium laser or two. That's where I'm leaning more. 3 SRM-6s. Yeah, we could do that, but that sort of defeats the purpose of trying to build it into our first support mech. I've already got heavy SRM-6 loads. You were a kid, Mags. By your definition, you were too small to fit in any cockpit or fuselage. Maybe it is. I may sound typically American here, but personally think you've got a good voice. Well, thank you. Furikuri, didn't have the whole 262, just the main part of the engine, pulled from a wreckage. That's still pretty cool, though. We've got one complete. We've got a complete 262, a complete 163, and a complete 162 in Canberra. So I do want to get up there, and I think it's a G model 109, but it could be an F that we've got as well. My voice is okay, but it kind of sucks via voice. Stick a pulse laser on it and call it good. Yeah, don't have one, unfortunately. LRM-20, LRM-5. You do have the triple LRM-5. Yeah, I'm leaning that way. I think that might be the go, and I've got to find a usage for that, the LRM-5 anyway. So go the LRM-20 and LRM-5. So 25 missiles on a salvo. That brings us up to 52 tons. Yeah, we got to get this sorted out. Double medium lasers. And let's start stripping back the armor. We can basically strip almost all the armor off the left arm. Not sure I'm going to be able to pull enough out of it though. Actually, no, we'll pull one of the mediums. Yeah, this isn't going to work. Just have to make it a pure LRM boat. I'm not liking that as an option though. Like, I can easily pull it underweight. Can I pull it underweight by another ton? This is getting dangerously light on armor to mount this. Yeah, we might just have to go with the LRM-20. Yeah, I'm not liking how light that is. Go medium. I go. Alright, so one single medium laser and a small laser. Go full armor on the right. I don't think we've got half-ton options. Might just have to stick. So I want an extra ton of LRM ammo. Actually, no, we won't need it. We shouldn't need it. We shouldn't need it. We shouldn't need it. We shouldn't need it. No. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that, and then we can stand the rest of the armor up. Particularly on that side. Get the torso armor up. Okay, we have no heat sinks in this thing outside of what the engine's got. But heat efficiency is still okay. Alright, so this is just our standoff weapons worst case scenario. Alright, we'll go with that. We'll give that a shot. Actually, no, we got 5 tons remaining. What am I doing? I'm looking at 50. We got 55. Okay, forget that. Forget that. I'm a dickhead. I'm a dickhead. I'm reading things wrong. It's starting to get that way, Chad. I'm reading things wrong. Alright. That means I can add the 2 extra tons. And I can wind the armor up on the legs so they don't get blown off in a crit, and up the center torso armor and leave the arm as is. 55. I do not know why the brain was just locked on that being a 50-ton limited mech. But that actually does work. Okay, there we go. That's better. I'm actually happier with that. That's actually kind of embarrassing. Right. I was just locked on 50 tons for a reason, and it was just... Anyways. Don't worry, I will get myself out. Although, to be fair, I've been streaming for 3 hours and 40 minutes, and I haven't taken a break yet, so... What time is it? Oh, it's nearly 3 AM. Oh, it is 3 AM. Okay, cool. Let's go do another mission. How long will it take the Griffin? 6 days to get the Griffin sorted out. I kind of want to test the Griffin. So, and everybody needs a break anyway. So let's run through the 6 days.
Hey boss, we've just completed those upgrades.
Alright, well while we've got the money and we're at it, engineering. We want something that's relatively cheap as well. 500,000 isn't really cheap. 432, 432, 432 on all of those. 352 on the drive repairs, which gets us moving around and gets our times cut down by 20%. 700,000. There's nothing that's really cheap as an option. And yeah, 2.25 to get the mech bay up and running. Cutting down the travel time wouldn't be bad. 15 days, 352,000. We'll go for that.
I'll get the crew moving.
Cool. Right, contracts. What have we got as... Well, actually, before we do that, let's get the rest of the time advanced before we start looking at new missions.
That work order you submitted is complete.
All work orders complete, Commander. The crew is ready for the next job. And there we go. Alright, so 9 days until the drive repairs are completed, 29 days until the next financial report. We're at 3.2 million and everything is ready to rock and roll. So let's get another mission underway and then I'll get through to the rest of chat. Defensive mission is probably not ideal. Still haven't got anything in weight class for that. Long-time enemy, allow unexpectedly turn himself into local authorities. That's the escort mission. Looks like the base defense is really the only last option here. In the jungle base defense, 2 skulls. Alright. 210, 420. We're going to make the cappies unhappy, which is fine by me. 245. We take 314 on a 2 skull base defense. Probably 2 lances at least, or maybe 3 with a vehicle mix. I'd rather test a fire support mech on a mission with... Yeah, I'd rather test a fire support mech on a mission where I'm attacking rather than defending, but that's why we've got standoff weapons on it. Let's pull 5645, 5655. Let's pull Beach Ball. Pull Beach Ball on the fire starter. We'll get the Griffin in. Now, who is going to drive the Griffin? We get +2 LRM clustering on Apex. Apex was the one who is going to be our LRM mech pilot. So, Apex can finally take his role. He won't have to move much, hopefully. We'll keep the Lead Spitter in as our recon with Phantom, Cerberus in the Wolverine, once again, Claymore in the Shadowhawk. And the Hunchback that we've just finished building is basically out of use. So, alright, we'll go with that. Let's see how this goes. Do you need max armor when staying behind? I like to have as much armor on the mechs as I possibly can because shit happens, and frequently and unexpectedly. It's kind of like why I'd like to have standoff weapons even on my support mechs, because at some point in time they're gonna have to use them, likely more often than you would like. Dump the small laser for the medium laser. Isn't the small laser 1 ton as well? No, half a ton. Half a ton. Half a ton for the small laser. But the small laser also acts as a secondary, so if something gets in close enough and I have to go melee with the Griffin, it acts as a second, so I can take 2 evasion pips. Having
Command
one small laser or one
initiated.
machine gun. Generally, one small laser is the better option, because it doesn't require an ammunition load, but having one small secondary weapon is a good thing if you can fit one, if you can squeeze it. Finally, the penny is dropped. Yes, sorry, Somerset. It's just that's where the brain was going. Still no heat sinks. Yeah, shouldn't need them. Honestly, shouldn't need them. The heat generation on the LRMs isn't that bad that it should require stacked heat sinks. Even sustained firing them. Finley, it's late, Mags. Yes, it is. This will have to be the last round. Right. So, we're going to... I have no idea where these guys are going to come from. We've got to hold them out for 10 rounds. It looks like they're going to be dropping from this direction. I don't want to scout... I don't want to bring anybody too far from the base initially. Actually, we might get the Wolverine looking out here just in case.
Moving to position.
The Griffin can just move back to the tree line and park facing north.
Moving to position.
And... Phantom, my friend. Go find the targets. Burst targets up. Alright, so...
Confirmed.
Let's...
You
just
got
jump
it.
into the tree line there. Right. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. You're the sneaky one coming up here. You're nice and open, so you're likely going to be a better option to snipe for the other two. You're too... yeah. Let's find out what you are.
Sensors locked on.
And the winner is a Locust. This almost feels cruel,
Aye, aye.
what I'm about to do to this thing. Although, probably want to actually pull. He's down 2. Yeah, let's make it rain.
Target confirmed.
Okay, they're sniping buildings. Who was that? It's a wasp. Fine, we'll push the Shadowhawk down.
Engaging target. Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
And a Hermes. Okay, there's something you don't see every day. The Hermes is getting in awfully close to those buildings too, so we're going to have to do something about that.
I hope this hurts.
That's the Locust move.
Target pacified.
Blackwing Lancers. These are the same guys we fought last time, right?
Yup.
So, we got a lot of evasion on this guy, so we need to start stripping some of him.
Roger that, Commander.
Jump for evasion, fire on the Hermes,
Let's
to
see
strip
what
off
you
some
got.
of its evasion pips before we actually start raining LRMs on it this time.
Stand still, moron.
The Firestarter's only got medium lasers and flamers, so it's no threat for this mission until it's closer out. We got to focus on whatever's going for the buildings first.
Hey,
Cerberus with the Wolverine, switch and snipe on the Hermes as well.
I'll try.
Structure exposed, down to 2. We'll get the
That
Shadowhawk
looked
to
like
open
a
up as
critical
well
hit.
before we give the Griffin to rain the LRMs. Nope, Hermes is going to move, so it's going to get all of its evasion back. Right,
Commander?
that's unfortunate. And it's up to 4 pips too. Alright, well in that case, we will rain on the Wasp since it's got so little.
Affirmative.
And nonsense, no breaks, work entertainment slave, cracked whip. I'm trying, master. Actually, this is going to be one of my longest streams tonight. Though to be fair, this has been good. I've been enjoying this a lot. Thank you very much, guys, for joining and watching this one.
Hostile contacts inbound.
Alright, we've got reinforcements coming in. Cool. That's fine. We're doing a pretty good job. We're just got to smash this Hermes and smash the Firestarter, and we're ready for whatever comes in next.
Minimal.
And we've only got to hold until
Yes,
the rounds
Commander.
tick over. Alright, so
Skipper.
Phantom in first. Let's go melee. Although this is going to be danger close with the LRMs. Foot destroyed, evasion -1. Left leg destroyed.
Ha! You like that?
Oh, free precision shot. Firestarter's going for the buildings. That's alright.
Awaiting
Apex. On the Hermes.
Firing on target. Mech destroyed.
God, I've got to get a catapult. I forgot how nice it is to actually have a fire support mech. Alright, so let's just punch the the lead spitter.
Engaging physical attack.
The fire starter here in the back. Lead spitter's mine. Let's not punch the lead spitter. Alright, so we've got LRMs coming in from the units coming in behind us.
Affirmative.
So we need to get rid of this fire starter as quickly as possible, and that'll break line of sight to the building so they can stop shelling the buildings.
Hope it's enough. Critical hit, Commander.
Alright. We'll move, computer. What's next? Here they come. 2 mechs.
What are your orders, Skipper?
Actually, let's not go melee. Step back and clear while the evasion pips are down, and just unload everything straight into the back of this fire starter.
Critical hit.
Standing by.
You got 2 pips out of that one. We have full precision strike, so I'm actually going to do a precision strike. Let's pull the LRM-5 out of this as well. We're actually going to do a precision strike breaching shot with an LRM-20 against a fire starter.
Taking the top.
Less effective than I was hoping, but... yeah, that's an LRM-5. I'm thinking one of those down there might be a Vindy. I'm thinking there's a Vindy down there.
Okay.
Right leg destroyed. Alright, that's the fire starter
You
pretty
didn't
much out
expect
there.
that.
Now we can just kick the crap out of it on the ground and it's done. Any unseen mechs in this mod? Yes, all of them, I think.
All weapons committed. Enemy mech destroyed.
8 hours time difference to me. Damn, that's a whole work shift. You got 3 million C-bills. How about selling some mech parts, if you could, to complete the heavy mech?
Barely hit, Commander.
You can't sell individual parts. You can only sell them as complete
Commander?
mechs. The mod still, it's a restriction. It's silly, but it's a restriction. I should... if I push over 5 million credits at any point in time, I'll start checking the markets to actually see whether or not I can... let's go to Phantom first. Whether or not I can actually... I believe there is going to be my best option and still get access to sensor lock. We've got a Cicada. Let's see what you are as well.
Sensors locked on.
Phoenix Hawk. Okay. Yeah, well, I'll start seeing whether or not there's any spares for me to complete what I've got. Although, completing heavier tonnage won't, as our pilots are getting better and as we are very slowly keeping the tonnage of our Lancers up, it will get easier because as we make the step off from 2 to 2.5 skull missions, all of a sudden we fall that half skull increase. A lot of the battles are going to start dropping heavy mechs, which means we're going to have to fight them and we can potentially recover them. And there's even a chance, as was mentioned before, we can potentially start seeing assaults. A 2.5 skull assassination in this mod, it is entirely possible to see 100 or 2 100-ton mechs show up. I've seen it on my other save. I've done a 2.5 skull assassination mission, and it was 2 full Lancers, both lead. One was an 80-ton, and the other was a 100-ton.
On my way.
2 assault mechs at 2.5 skulls. Well, we know where all the tonnage is, at least.
We'll go.
Probably should back that Griffin off. That Hunchback is bad, bad, bad news. Alright, let's get the Shadowhawk up the hill as quickly as we can. We need our armor up front for what's coming. Wolverine needs to get up over the ridgeline or get ready to breach the ridgeline as well. Don't necessarily want them over the ridgeline just yet, but facing the right way. Cicada's going to engage the Griffin. No, it's going to engage the building. It's going to ignore all the mechs.
Confirmed.
Well, that is an interesting option. Alright, melee attack.
Order acknowledged.
With the fire starter. Strips the evasion down. That's the way. The enemies always seem to like shooting at your Shadowhawk. Well, for the moment, nobody's got any significant damage that they can capitalize on, which tends to be what the AI is looking for.
Armor low.
And of the mechs that I've got, the Shadowhawk is the biggest and the most heavily armored at 920 units of armor. So it's the primary threat for the moment. For the moment. So I want them to shirt front the Shadowhawk as often as they possibly can. Because it's the one that can actually tank stuff for the moment.
I'm here.
Wolverine into position and have a shot and get the Cicada as well. We'll keep the focus fire on the Cicada. Left leg destroyed. Nice.
Maybe things are looking up.
Isn't it weird that I can get a 1080p stream from Australia, known for crap internet, but I only get around 80 from Canada with drops in quality as well?
Awaiting orders.
It comes down to how much you're trying to push down the pipe. Part of the reason BattleTech streams so well for me, as opposed to other games, is simply what you're actually getting on stream. It's why I'm probably going to stream more strategy. At least for the moment. The reason you haven't seen me streaming much in the way of War Thunder or anything is, unless I get a particularly good day, if I try and stream and then play a game that's also online at exactly the same time, I get terrible, terrible lag, like ridiculously high ping. The connection cannot handle that much information going up the pipe while also bringing information down the pipe at the same time. So I've got to pick and choose what I actually play. It just happens to work out nicely that BattleTech is one of my favorite games in one of my favorite universes, and it's the kind of game that I can quite easily sit back and play for 4 hours and I'm fine. It happens to work. But I should probably try some others as well. As I think we were talking about it in the last stream. We probably do need to consider some XCOM at some point as well. Alright, so let's see if we can weaken up and soften up this Phoenix Hawk a little bit. We get 4 evasion pips on the lead spitter from there. We're only going to get to pull 1 pip off. We can't get into melee. Keep munching Capellans. They got plenty of cats. Yeah, well, I'm working on it. I'm doing what I can.
Warning. Armor low.
Like, we're primarily working for Davian against the Cappies. And when I go to my alternate side, it's going to be us jumping across to probably Marek's side to chew on the Cappies. I only do missions for the Cappies when they're for pirates. And I don't have an option. There's nothing else for me to do. Really bright there. Alright, so 3 evasion pips. Yeah, let's do the melee with the Shadowhawk, because he's got a pretty good chance to land. And he'll strip 2 points as well, and then we can LRM the shit out of this bloody weed man.
Engaging physical attack.
I probably shouldn't be that harsh
Yes,
on
Commander.
it, but still a Phoenix Hawk. Still annoying.
Engaging target.
Engine shielding crit. Well, that's going to do
Take
wonders for that hot box.
What now?
Alright, Cerberus. Where are we going to put you? You're not going to have much in the way of good positions to fire from, are you? While keeping you protected from what's downhill. Probably there is going to be the best option. Just get you in their face.
Okay.
And unload.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's nice. That's what I want to see.
But that hurt.
And if we can kill the Phoenix Hawk again, we break line of sight between these two and the buildings, so no LRM fire. They can't shoot at something they can't see. Or they don't have painted. Nice. Fire starter with the left hook, and then once again making sure there's no survivors.
Target down.
I'm going to be sad when I stop using those fire starters. I don't think I'm going to sell either of these fire starters. These are going in the hangar, and they're going to be kept there. These are so far those 2 fire starters are the legends of this career.
Systems holding.
Like how many clutch missions have those things saved so far? Alright, so we have the Hunchback and the Shadowhawk. Ooh. We have a Shadowhawk part. I think it's only 1. And neither of them, you've got Bulwark, you have nothing. Precision Strike. Yeah, cold shot right torso. It's the AC-20 variant. We don't want you to have that AC-20 anymore.
Engaging target.
That AC-20
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
Standing by.
causes me problems. Precision strike again. Let's rain hell. AC-20 destroyed. Okay.
Reporting critical
That's
hit.
the Hunchback neutralized.
I'm
Or
here.
at least its primary.
Affirmative. If you say
My
so.
primary concern with the Hunchback neutralized. LRM Video Shadowhawk. Vindy fits for Capellans. Yeah, turns out a Shadowhawk. Comstar being Apples, so they are restricting spare parts so people can't repair their own. We come to this conclusion. I believe it was Tell that actually pointed out in one of the previous streams. we worked out Comstar is what happens if you gave Comstar is what would happen if you gave Apple unrestricted control of all interstellar communication. Like they are, you look at what Comstar does. It's exactly how Apple treats everything.
I'm on him.
Comstar's not like Apple. Comstar is Apple. I am convinced that Comstar, my headcanon for lore is Comstar, if you track them back long enough, was Apple, considering things like GM, Ford, Boeing, although it's Boeing Interstellar now, they all still exist as companies in the BattleTech universe. They've survived 1,000 years and they still exist today. Will still exist in this timeline. I'm convinced Apple does as well. It's just called Comstar now. It's rebranded at some point. Let's continue raining on this poor Hunchback. Ooh, ammo detonation.
Target's taking a critical hit.
Yeah, even the white paint jobs, yes. Even the white paint jobs. I've seen an Orion on a one skull three-way battle. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me as much as you would think. This mod can get really creative every now and again.
Critical damage detected.
Imagine my surprise when the heaviest thing I had was a cicada. At the very least, they usually have some kind of armor damage on those kind of missions. And this Hunchback just does not want to die. Die!
For now,
Thank you.
Enemy mech is...
Excellent work, Commander. Lau won't stop the signal today. And it looks like the Shadowhawk manages to survive because we hit our point. Mission successful. We almost managed to wipe out the entire enemy support reinforcement lance before the mission timer came to an end. So the Shadowhawk survives. We killed everything else. I got the Attack and Titans Battle 2 Skull, and it had 2 Stalkers. That would have been nice if you could have recovered a couple of good parts out of those. A Stalker is one of the mechs that I do look for when we get up to the heavy. Like the Stalker is the fire support mech. If you're building an assault lance, that's the machine you want. Alright, so 219,000. No damage. They couldn't touch us. The Griffin actually did reasonably well. Pilot needs to be improved, but Griffin did reasonably well. Alright, in parts, we have 2 parts of the Phoenix Hawk floating around. We have 1 part there we can pick up. Anything we can make sales on? We've got 3 parts of a Hermes. We've just made a Hermes that we can put together and sell. I have no intention of keeping it, but we can sell it. We've got 2 parts of a Locust. I guess I'll grab the Hunchback. And we've got a couple of parts for a Phoenix Hawk as well, and we tend to run into those fairly commonly, so having another one that we can eventually put together and sell is probably not a bad idea. Massive stack of medium lasers over here, but we don't really need them. We've got... I have 48 medium lasers in stock. I don't think I need the spares. Alright, we'll roll with that. Let's see what we get in the random. Okay, so we got the Cicada, we got the Fire Starter, we got 2 Hermes components, the Hunchback. Well, we got everything except the 2 small lasers. Everything except the 2 small lasers. So that 7.4 million in salvage. And there should be a couple of mechs there we can sell too. Well, the Grasshopper is just a bigger fire starter, so if you find one, you can build it with even more Dakar. You know, if I find one, I will. Grasshopper's one, again, I generally skip when I'm playing vanilla, but I can see myself absolutely building one out in this. Alright, so... Well, I'm not keeping the Hermes, so we're building the 1B to sell it for 300,000, and goodbye. And actually, it looks like we didn't have as many parts as I thought on the others. Okay, that's alright. So, one mech, that gets us up to 308,000, and at this point, I think this is about where we're going to have to bring the stream to a close, because it is now 3:32 in the morning, and I'm kind of knackered, to be honest. So just go through the rest of chat, because I'm definitely going to read through everything you have typed up. Hirikuri, there was one of those missions. Briefing, the enemy Lance has one assault class. A couple of turns in. Hey boss, I'm detecting 2 assault signatures. Yes, I've had one of those. This certainly has been a wonderful occasion. Everyone here come here from the start. I think a few have been. Probably a few that have jumped in and out over time. That tends to be how your stream works. But I think everybody in chat's been fairly active right from the word go. Korean mech jockey while committing war crimes against Ari's convention members. Damn, you filthy pirate. Even the white paint jobs. Yes, so sweet Jesus. Comstar is Apple. So we see the word of Steve Jobs. You know, now that you say it, it makes more sense. Somerset House Carl. Yes, I'm still here. If you want to get pinged for streams, join the Discord. We have a nice-ish... that's if the bot works. Yeah, the bot is temperamental when it comes to YouTube streaming. But that's all right. I know now that sometimes it's going to inform you before I've even started streaming, while I'm still setting up the thumbnails and the stream titles. Sometimes it just won't inform you at all, so I'll just have to keep a watch on it. 50% damage to Ryan is still too much if you only have 1 fire starter, an urban mech, and a wasp and a cicada, all stock with 7 light mech targets. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. The Gospel of Jobs saith, remove features and sell gadgets that is the remove feature, pay children nothing to make your product, and let your consumer pay thrice because it is your product. Yeah, that sounds like Comstar. I'm getting really sick of German YouTube ads. Google phone. Did you know that you could use Google easily to save CO2 doing this and that? Yeah, super green using a smartphone made in China. Yeah. It's why I don't take a lot of the green push that seriously. Like, yes, you should absolutely do what you can to minimize your footprint and do the right thing, but while companies are still, getting stuff mass produced and China's putting out more CO2 every day than most of the West combined, what's the point? I do all the right things around here, but it's because I like to keep my personal environment clean. As I said, I like living out here away from the cities because it is nice and clean and there's no pollution, and so I don't try and dirty the place up, but it's because I like keeping my total area clean. I'm under no illusions that what I'm doing is going to have a long-term effect on the rest of the world while, China's pumping out that much pollution. What was it again? Somebody did the maths on this. If every... I'm trying to remember this. It was something like, if every single house in every single Western country, so the entirety of the United States, Europe, England, Australia, so on and so forth, was to shut down all of their house to a zero carbon footprint for a 24-hour period, it would delay the amount of pollution that is put out by Chinese industry by 16 hours. Like, if the entire world shut down for a day, it would make a 16-hour difference on what they're putting out in their industry. Which is why when all the COVID shutdowns went through, and all the factories did shut down because they kind of had to, it was shocking how much pollution cleaned up that quickly. That's the volume that was being put out. Like, you remember all the shots where just whole canals went clear overnight and rivers in China were suddenly running clear and cities, like smog, just disappeared overnight and everything was all beautiful and clean. That's how much is being put out. What we're doing is minor. You should still clean up your own area, but clean up your own area for the sake of the fact it's where you live. You know, don't shit in your own backyard. Make it nice and clean. Do what you can. But just don't be under any illusions that you're really having that big effect on the world, because you're not. What we put out is nothing compared to what major industry does. We're not even close. Depressing point on, moving on. Well, it was great to catch this live. Now get some bonus Silent Hunter 5 time in. You'll have a good one. Yeah, I need to actually do a little bit of that myself. Getting shipped across the world. Yep. See you on the next stream. You absolutely will, and I'll try and make them far more regular now. Those Titan missions are why I have the Stalker, Atlas, and Highlander, but then I need cash. I use 4 lead spitters now that you have inspired me to grind up to 2 skulls. They are fun machines. I do need to find those Titan missions, though. I definitely need to. I think we've done one. Components. Storage. No, we haven't. It must be in the other save. Yeah, I don't have anything heavier than 65 tons at the moment. I got a Jaegermech, or 2 Jaegermech parts for 2 different variants, and Lancelot. That's it. Yeah, we definitely need to find one of those Titan missions. They need to start getting some components. Now, if they made cell phones that actually lasted, another thing too. Yeah, e-waste is a major issue. I've been in and out of stream due to work. Yeah, well, work takes priority, man. The VOD will always be there. Have yourself an awesome night. Ridiculous couple of $100 for a battery. At least I watched the stream and played a few rounds of BEX. Cheers from South Carolina. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the stream, George. Thank you very much for joining. And Young Show, actually used to make things in America, really did, until corporate America decided profit margins were the be-all and end-all. Well, on that note, the store that I'm trying to put together at the moment, I'm actually sourcing most of the shirts and most of the manufacturing, or preferably all of the manufacturing. I'm not entirely sure I'll be able to get everything I'm after, but for the moment, everything that I'm looking at should all be actually made mostly out of the USA. All the t-shirts, all the cotton grown, everything should be US local manufactured for what I'm looking for. Just the quality wise. If I'm setting up my own store, I'm intentionally trying to avoid getting anything out of China unless I've got absolutely no other choice. And it's for that reason, preach. If you're going to preach it, you got to do something about it. If I'm going to set up a store where I'm selling a product and I'm going to organize to have that product manufactured, well, okay, I can do this and I can do it by remote. That's fine, but it kind of voids the whole point if I say something like I have been and then go and get all my shirts printed in China. And part of the reason I went for Teespring is Teespring does most of its printing in either the US prints are printed in the US. The European stuff, I think, is printed. It might be printed in France for European orders, but they actually print relatively locally. That's why I picked them initially, and now I'm building my own store. I'm looking to source everything, including from the shirt manufacturing to the printing for everything that I'm after, probably stateside. I'd like to get it done in Australia, but it would cost too much from a sales side. The majority of my audience isn't in Australia. It's mainly US and Europe. And shipping from Australia to the rest of the world automatically puts it essentially doubles the cost of any item. So my best option is actually to manufacture, if I'm not manufacturing in China, is to manufacture in the United States, get the printing done in the United States, and then they can basically do overnight shipping into Europe. And it keeps the costs down, so you guys don't have to pay so much for the item. And yeah, it's getting stuff made in the right place. Any idea when the next stream will be? Cheers from Romania. Finally caught you live. Well, I've got to try and get back onto this this Skyrim stream. Yeah, God, I'm getting slow. I can't remember the name of goddamn Skyrim. I've got to get this Skyrim stream back up and running again. So hopefully there will likely be, potentially be 2 more streams before the end of the week. One will be Skyrim, and I'm contemplating doing a stream which will be over on Twitch for just I'm not doing a series of this, but just having a little bit of fun. Tel wants to play some zombie games, so we're looking to potentially play some zombie games, but that'll be over on Twitch if we end up we're doing that one, and that might be on Saturday night. Otherwise, I might try and fit in a Skyrim stream on Friday. I will be trying to get a War Thunder video up tomorrow as well. That should be at about 10 PM my time, so that should be everything going on. So yeah, Friday and Saturday hopefully will be the next 2 streams. Congrats for reaching the bottom of the chat. Yes, we finally got there towards the end. How about bunker branding? Bunker branding seemed... I love their stuff, but they seem to be fairly closed in on the YouTubers they cover. So they cover all the gun tubers, and I know Fly Daily goes through bunker branding as well. And yeah, it seems to be a fairly tight thing. Like a tight group. Most of the people know one another in real life to go through there. They're not really somebody that from the outside comes in, I don't think. I definitely consider them an option if it was, but if you have a look, there's only 10 or 15 content creators, and most of them have had crossovers, and they're all US based, so that seems to be their thing. But yeah, they've got cool stuff. If it was an option, absolutely. I just don't think it is. Dying Light 2, I think, does co-op, but that's a pretty decent zombie game. I think we're doing State of Decay. Yeah, Tel mentioned then State of Decay. I don't actually own Dying Light 2 yet. I own Dying Light, and I've barely put any hours into it. I enjoyed what I've played of it. It's just... It was a multiplayer game, or a co-op game, that I could never find anybody else to play with and never had any time to play with, because everybody was, zombie games. Now they've become popular, and yeah. Don't shit in my own backyard. Mate, I have possums as neighbour's cats for that. It's alright, I have a wildlife sanctuary over my back fence. We feed the possums. We get them to come into the yard. Hey Cam, just coming up to an end. Tell it's still in development. There's a few bugs. Been watching your vids for a while and I love them. Well, thank you very much. Sorry that you've just sort of joined the end of the stream. We've been going for nearly 4.5 hours now, and I'm just about to pull the plug because I'm forgetting the names of things now, which is it's a pretty good sign that it's time to bring things to a close. So, anyways, ladies and gents, hope you enjoyed the stream, and thank you very much for watching. We're going to wind this one up now, and as I said, there should be a War Thunder video tomorrow, and probably streams on Friday and Saturday. So I will see you guys all then, and until next time, take care.